Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Once again, we are going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. And today we're continuing to work on this masterpiece by Plautilla Nelli, her version of The Last Supper from 1568, I think is what many people believe when this painting was executed. I love this painting. This is our fourth episode that we've been working on it because, as you can see here, I am trying to do the entire painting, the entire large 20-foot long artwork here, this huge mural. It's actually painted on canvas, which would have been one of the first canvas paintings of this size to begin with. And in the first the first episode, basically what we did is got the image on here, and because there was quite a lot of work I had to do to figure out how to structure the background and where to get those pillars and all of those details in place. On our second episode, I basically painted the background. And then the previous episode, I put in the colors of the clothing here and got the first pass of skin tones in there. So today's episode is going to be about getting, well, I mean, it'd be great if I could finish this painting today. That's the goal. That's a lot of work. You know, basically, anytime you're painting, probably, I could, in maybe an hour, I could do each one of these figures if I was really rushing it. So you've got 12 apostles plus Jesus, that's 13 figures. So that would mean roughly 13 hours to complete this painting. Now, I've already done the initial stages of this, so that might cut maybe 4 hours out of here, but I'd still say, even if I'm galloping fast, getting it done in 10 hours would be a major achievement. So I'm open to having to do another episode in the future, but I ideally would love to wrap this all up today. So let's just sort of quickly look at the plan for today's episode. So we've already gone through, in the episode 1, we talked about the materials required, and we did the image transfer and the input amateur. That was all episode number 1, including the artist biography. Episode 2 was the underpainting and background and a little bit of foreground. Episode 3 was bouncing back and forth between background and foreground a few times. I think really mostly spending time in the foreground. So today, even though obviously we're going to be doing work in the foreground for maybe the 5th or 6th time, I'm just going to again call it Foreground Pass number 1 for our purpose, just because for this particular episode. Otherwise, I don't have intertitles created for background and future past 10 and 11, 12, etc. So my goal is to get from Foreground Pass number 1 to side by side within, before the sun rises. I really don't want to be painting all night tonight, so we'll see how much I can get done. Also just quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to be happening. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1, $5, the price of a cup of coffee, consider leaving a donation via PayPal. That link is down below in the video description. You could send an e-transfer via email or send a check in the mail. You can contact me through my email, which is on the Facebook group and my website. Both of those links are, again, in the description below. You can use the YouTube Super Chat, just that YouTube takes a pretty big chunk of whatever you donate. So if your goal is to support me as much as possible, then perhaps the top three ways are maybe preferred methods. All right, I don't know how much more money YouTube needs from either of us, but that option is always available, and anything is obviously appreciated. So let's jump right in here. I'm going to just go right to Foreground Pass number 1. I love lining these things up. Okay, so now that we've got a lot of this painting established, really what we want to start going into is ideally starting to finish areas of the painting. That seems like the light at the end of the tunnel that never seemed to be there after almost 15 hours or so or more that I've been working on this painting. But we're getting there. So I think what I want to do probably for the next few hours is work on the fabrics, because I think if I can get the clothing established here, in most cases I have hands over top of clothing. So ideally, if I can get the clothing done, then I can paint the hands over top of them and get nice clean lines around those hands. And then once I've got the clothing done, then working on hands and faces and hair is going to be kind of the next step. There is also the food, which is not nothing. You know, that I could definitely spend hours and hours working on the bread and the lamb and the cups and glasses, you know, garnishes, etc. But, you know, if I can get there, you know, by today's episode, that would be amazing. I'm not holding my breath. I'm not trying to give myself too many, get too ambitious today and then burn out. But I do have a selection of caffeinated drinks here to keep me powered. So, let's go into this here. Just taking a deep breath before we dive right back in here. Where should we start? Okay, I'm going to start on my left panel here. And let's get some paint on the palette. Even though I may not use every color, I usually still put them on my palette so that I have them available. I'm not going to use black if I can help it. Put a little bit of warm red here too, so that I can eventually make a black. Got my paint on the palette. Let's take a look at these side by side. Okay, now you could see that part of the figure here on the right, this is actually Judas from the next panel here. I have removed him from this so that he fits nicely on the next painting. Just right, that's the center where Jesus is, right? So, okay. A lot of work to do here, but where should I start? Well, you know, that's always a good question, like, especially after I've taken a bit of a break. You know, I mentioned this last episode. Last episode, I was talking about how, you know, even though I had so much of the painting already started, it was a little bit hard to kind of get going because I like starting a painting and finishing it from beginning to end all in one episode or one sitting if I can. So it's been a while since I've worked on a project where I've kind of picked up a painting, especially after a few weeks of starting it. And I like the kind of routine I have with doing the underdrawing or the image transfer, and then doing an imprimatura, and then doing underpainting, and slowly building up to this place. Whereas right now it's sort of like, boom, okay, we're doing it. Okay, so bearing that in mind, I think what I'm going to do is I want to kind of build up, I want to get my mind out of the other things that I've been up to today, and I want to choose something that I can paint that is going to be relatively less prominent, so I can just get my feet wet, so to say, right? I can just sort of get back into the mentality of painting. So where would be an area? I think I'm going to go for the clothing right here, because then if I got that mixed up, I could just jump into this and then start tackling other things. I will probably do all of the blues at the same time, so then I'll jump over to Jesus here and tackle his robes. So this will give me maybe an hour to get all worked up before I jump to Jesus. Okay, so maybe let's mix up this black. So here I've got my warm red, my cool yellow, and cool blue. I just put big gobs of paint together on my palette. I'm going to stir all that up. Now it's starting a little bit on the brown side, predictably, because there's a lot of red and a lot of yellow in here and less blue. Now I did that deliberately because the blue always changes things really quickly. So I wanted to make sure that, you know, I didn't over bluify it. So now that I've got it mixed up, I can start adding blue as needed be, because you'll see here this color is going to go from brown to a dark gray or black very quickly. Like, ooh, let's just see, hopefully that's... Now I'm mixing a huge batch of black because really this color is going to be in everything pretty much going forward. This particular, you know, like Renaissance painting was very limited in its colors. So much of art, really up until the Impressionist painters, was mostly all about value contrasts. And those of you who've been paying attention to these classes for a while know that value is how we measure the differences between light and dark, right? So, and we can modify the value in three ways. We can can do tints, tones, and shades. Tints is when we add white to a color. Shades is when we add black to a color, and tones is when we add gray to a color. So having some black here on the palette is going to allow us to do shades and tones. I think primarily we're going to be doing mostly shades. Tones are often reserved more for kind of middle and background, like where we want to create the look of atmosphere. And this painting has got a very narrow, it's very shallow depth, right? These figures are basically kind of sitting on a table, and their backs are almost, if not touching that wall, almost right up against it, right? So that there's the space in this painting is relatively narrow. So we're probably not going to use much grays except on, you know, some of the fabric, wherever there might be white, let's say even on the tablecloth. Okay, so I got a nice big mixture of black. Now I'm just kind of consolidating that color so that that area is going to take a long time to dry, as opposed to some of this thinner stuff here. So I'm going to use some of this thinner stuff to mix some paint. And I'm going to start that right away here with, let's bring this up again. So these blues, so that color is mostly cool blue. Where should I do this? Let's do this here. I'm going to put a little bit of warm blue in there as well. Just going to make it that little bit darker. And also just pull it a bit forward here. I'm also going to take just a little bit more yellow, because there almost appears to be a bit of a teal quality here. And then, on top of all that, I'm going to add some glazing fluid, satin or matte glazing fluid. I'm going to mix this in here so that I can, first of all, because it's got a chemical that allows, it's got a chemical that slows the drying time down, so that also means that if I do make a mistake, I can erase it with a wet cloth really quickly if I'm on top of things. But also it's going to allow me just to soften out edges. So So I think, and this is also unusual too, because I often like starting with nice big brushes when I'm beginning my painting session, and here I've now just gone right to one of my smallest brushes for this session. So that's also a little bit unusual. It's not that I haven't painted things like this hundreds of times, but it has been a little while since I've worked on a painting after a long break like this. Okay, so using this color, so things are going to get darker here. This is kind of our medium dark layer. Let's see, what did I do for... I'm just checking the robe there on the this arm. Okay, that feels pretty good for that first little pass there. I feel good about how that's developed. So now I'm going to move over here where there's a lot more detail. And there's Kathy. Says, hello everyone, watching another masterpiece take shape. Thank you, Kathy. I also really appreciate, Kathy, all the comments you've been leaving on previous videos and things over the past while. That's really appreciated. That is very awesome. You're such an all-star, too. Beyond the fact that you have all the great paintings that you've made based on things we've done in class and beyond. So thank you again for all your support, particularly Kathy. I appreciate that. Okay. So let's come in here. So all of these folds like this is kind of like how artists would make a name for themselves, by putting in lots of drapery. Because as anyone who's ever tried to do anything like this knows, it's not easy to do. So you could bet a bit of what Plautilla's doing here. Plautilla. I've heard this versions of the same. You can bet that part of what she's doing here is a little bit of showing off, right? often really to try to garner commissions and also to gain respect from other artists as well. Because, as you know, as we've said a number of times, you know, we're talking about an artist painting 500 years ago, where, you know, women were just women artists. Well, women in general weren't particularly respected or appreciated. So for her to kind of try to do something like this is to show that she can hang with the big boys. Especially a scene like The Last Supper, which, you know, by this point is now considered to be kind of like the pinnacle of art. You know, Leonardo da Vinci had painted The Last Supper a few years before, well, I guess probably 80 or so years before this. So, and it had quickly become one of the great masterpieces of Western art, and she was certainly aware of it. I don't know if she had seen it. I don't know. Traveling to Milan from Florence today is just a few hours by train, but back in the day that would have been a pretty arduous journey. And all those little city-states like Florence and Milan, some of them were at war with one another. I don't know what the deal, the relationship between Milan and Florence was at this time, but so needless to say, looking at art back then was a whole different exercise than it is for us today, where we can just jump online and check out what people are up to on the other side of the planet. Let's see, how did I... So all of this is going to be kind of in shadow. But I'm still going to paint wrinkles in the shadows, because that's also going to make the shadows look super convincing. If there is some variation and definition in here. So the reason why I'm going back to my drawing is for a number of reasons, some of which is because when I was doing these sketches, I was really looking carefully, sometimes really boosting the brightness of certain areas to see exactly what was in these dark shadows. Because you can bet Plautilla would have painted stuff in there, and if we were up close looking at this painting, I'm sure we could see details in these shadows. and it's like also, you know, since I've done that, even if I just invented this, you know, I might as well use that information that I've invented here. You know, if I've done all the work, might as well go back to it. I was really hoping to do a different artist today. I actually have 6 other artists I was hoping to do throughout the period of April, and I got sucked into this painting. Not that I'm complaining, I'm loving this one. But I had done all the research. I was about to post the biography to the Facebook group and the template. And I was like, you know, maybe I'll just do this painting on another day of the week. And because I'm sure some people are probably sick of looking at this painting and they want to move on. And I'm like, you know what? I really got to finish this one before I start doing other things. So I know it's not going to get nearly as many views, but it's sometimes, you know, I really, to me, just getting something done is really important. So Lord knows I've got lots of other semi-finished projects sitting around my studio, and so I don't want any more unfinished projects here in my studio that I can lay in bed late at night thinking about. So there's still those pencil lines underneath that I could see, but they're pretty faded, so much of what I'm doing here is kind of making a few things up. think I'm not done this, but I might move on pretty shortly here, because I think I've got a pretty good bit established. Probably want mostly just to let this dry so I can do other layers over top of it. Oh yeah, those little robes over his shoulder. I just about forgot that here. Oops. Okay, I think that's probably good for that area. Maybe I'm actually going to leap over and we'll come back to the center panel here. Ah, there's Ari, says, I was about to go to bed, but then I see this. Hello, I won't stay long, though. Kathy says, I've been doing some of the drawing classes lately. I really like those too, and the time commitment is shorter. Yeah, most of those, the drawing episodes are like an hour and a half or so, tops. That was my goal for those, and for my original painting episodes, but over time these got more and more complicated. As I'm sure you've noticed. Because, originally I would say to myself, I'm just going to paint, I want to paint paintings by all the great artists, but I'll choose maybe much lesser known artworks or even parts of lesser known artworks that we can focus on. We can talk about that artist and do maybe a less complicated painting. And then as I started going, and then also just as my own confidence built, I was like, well, let's try doing some of the more complicated stuff. Can I figure a way to do them in a relatively short period of time? 8 or 9 hours is a long time, but considering that it probably took most of those artists months to do them, doing anything in a normal work day period is, I think, a bit of an achievement. So Lisa says, it's always fun to watch you paint when I pop in. Hi, Lisa. Cool. Look at that. I love seeing all those familiar faces and names. Okay, let's continue with this one. I remember saying this is the one portrait I feel like is unlike the others. It seems something slightly different about it. I was reading a number of texts about Plautilla and Nelli over the past week, and both sort of it colors a little bit of what I was saying previously about her in the biography. Some of which is apparently she did. I think I said something about how she probably only saw men very briefly throughout her life. I mean, which is what a fairly well-known documentary on hers said. But other people, other texts said that she was, she met a number of well-known artists of her, male artists of her time. So it's kind of hard to discern how much freedom, mobility she had outside of the convent So some people were saying that probably most of these figures were actually based on women, other women in the convent that she drew and then just sort of added beards to. Which is possible. I find that kind of funny and almost a little bit ironic, because sort of like the opposite is believed to have been true about Michelangelo. Some people believe that Michelangelo was gay and that all of his female figures were just based on paintings and drawings he did of men. I've read many places where they would say, well, it just looks like a male figure and he just added a busty chest on top of this muscular man. It seems a little unfair. I'm sure Michelangelo had, if he wanted to draw women, he would have easily been able to arrange that, considering the renown that he had. And I think especially for some of his larger commissions, it would seem like maybe when he was younger and starving artist, he might do something like that. But I find it a little bit hard to believe when he's like doing the Sistine Chapel that he would effectively cut a corner like that, because I'll be taking a bit of a risk, unnecessarily so, I think. But as much as men and women are different anatomically, we also share a lot more in common than we have in differences. So in the hands of a particularly skilled artist, it's not unreasonable to say that they would be incapable of making that leap. But as we've talked about before, Plautilla was for the most part self-trained. She did have some education to some extent by Fra Bartolomeo, To what extent is not really clear. As I said in the first episode, one thing that's kind of remarkable is Bartolomeo gave Nelli basically his entire archive, all of his sketch, well, maybe not all of them, but you know, dozens of sketchbooks and which I think that's hugely meaningful. Like, I mean, I haven't myself thought about what I would do with you know, my own sketchbooks. I'd probably pass them down within the family, but to not pass, I mean, I guess Fra Bartolomeo, probably being a friar, did not have children of his own, so it's not like he could just pass them down to his son or daughter or anything. So, you know, he probably would have had to make that kind of calculation in his head, like, who would really benefit from these, would really appreciate these sketches? You know, would I give them to one of my guy friends who's already really well known, and, you know, how would they be able to use them? Or, you know, he probably thought, well, you know, if I give them to Plautilla Nelli, she would probably be able to put them, I forgot my water, to good use, because Plautilla Nelli was also training other artists. She had basically started she had a workshop that she was in charge of, so you probably thought, well, you know, if there's someone who could put this to use and who could help another generation of artists, it'd probably be Plautilla more than anybody else. But again, that really shows the level of respect he would have had for her as well. I'm just going to get my water jar here. I'll be right back. He says, I love the painting episodes with the history talks too, learning lots. Ari says, I was painting Florine Stetmeyer's dancer earlier today. So much fun. I reserve the Renaissance Masters for when I'm much more advanced. Yeah, Stetmeyer's. I can't remember how you pronounce her name now. But that was a fun one, using all those textures and stuff. She is also quite the wild character too. That's another thing that I love reading about these biographies of these different artists, and just thinking about the lives that they lived, and man, it's so fascinating. It also makes me really grateful to be alive today. You know, that just the kinds of opportunities, the freedoms that we have that we often take for granted, things that were just, you know, would make most artists in the past just would blow their mind. Doesn't mean everything's perfect, but I tend to be on the more hopeful side and optimistic side of things than just adding a little bit more glazing fluid to my paint here because it's starting to get a little gummy as it gets a little thinner. So where are we here? I guess let's do the top here. Just looking at the way my Jesus has got this pretty big beard. He looks like kind of a country musician, like some 70s Merle Haggard or something. As opposed to the Jesus that Plautilla and Nelli did, you could see he does look a little bit more feminine there, right? Or at least, again, that's the restored version of the painting. I mean, I literally think this is one of the greatest examples of restoration of art in human history. You know, the considering what they had, I mean, this painting was basically lost. I mean, I'll just quickly show you the damage. This original painting. Let's see, where's Jesus here? I mean, so this is the part of the painting we're working on right now. There are higher resolution versions of just that image, but you could see, like, look how much of the face and things have been destroyed versus this. So, yes, I think the conservators took a little bit of license to try to bring this painting back to life. So we might never really know exactly what the original looked like. But considering, you know, in comparison to Leonardo's Last Supper, this is in much better shape. Leonardo, you know, many people have said in the past that Leonardo's Last Supper, basically none of the brushstrokes of Leonardo's remain on the canvas, that it's been so well, first of all, the painting was falling apart while he was working on it, and subsequent restorations, at least by some people, claim that have been so they've done so much work to it that it's really none of the original painting remains. I have no idea how accurate those statements are. The one thing that that Leonardo had going for him, or Leonardo's Last Supper had going for him, that Nelli's did not, is that Leonardo was, you know, he was a superstar by the time he died. And when he was working on that painting, he was one of the most famous artists alive. Surely the most, when he, you know, that the Last Supper is in Milan, and surely when he was painting that, he was probably the most famous person in Milan while he was working on it. So there were lots of people coming to visit and check out what he's working on. And I have heard, I don't know, so I could be just repeating a rumor, but I have heard that people were making copies of that painting while he was working on it. Because remember, this is back in the day before Google Images, and if you wanted to see a painting, you had to travel to see it, or you had to buy it and put it in your house. And the Last Supper by Leonardo was painted as a fresco on the walls, so it remains in the same place it was painted almost 500 years ago. So while he was working on it, other artists were coming to see, and some of them apparently, according to some, set up their easels and started painting copies of the painting right there and then. Which, wouldn't have been unheard of, because for several reasons, one of which, again, Leonardo's super famous. So if you have any students, young art students in Milan at the time, they would have been kicking the door down every day, begging to get in to watch Leonardo paint. And so if Leonardo was okay with it, it's possible Leonardo, maybe they came in when Leonardo was off. Like maybe they would make an agreement. Okay, you can come in and you can paint the painting, but when Leo is here working, you've got to pack up and leave. And so the students say, well, when is he here? Well, that's a good question. He kind of comes and goes at his leisure, so sometimes he's here on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then sometimes he goes a month without showing up, and then some days he's here every day for 3 straight weeks, and then he's only here on Saturday mornings. And because Leonardo was infamous for leaving things unfinished and being a bit of a procrastinator, and he would get kind of bored easily, and so I could imagine a scenario where you have these, again, I'm just totally inventing this whole thing, but I could just imagine Leonardo, students being allowed into there to paint, and Leonardo hasn't been seen in weeks, and then all of a sudden he shows up and he's like, get out of here. And these kids like, oh my goodness, I'm so glad to meet you. Get out of here. I don't want anybody in here while I'm working. On the other hand, maybe, I don't really know too much about his personality. Maybe he invited students in. Maybe he hung out at the local, well, there wasn't art schools at the time, but he would have maybe met a number of the other well-known artists working in Milan at the time, and said, yeah, come by, hang out, bring some beers, or I'll take a break every few hours, take a look at what everyone's working on. So anyway, it's possible that there were both students showing up there to see his work, and also other artists who would, artists would get paid to create copies of famous works, and that was sort of like the newspaper at the time. So maybe someone like the Pope or a king or a queen would say, hey, I heard Da Vinci's down, or well, up in Milan working on a big painting. Why don't you go down there and make some a copy or two of that painting? Because maybe I'll hire him to do that same one back here. I don't know. Just spitballing ideas here. Okay. So, just debating. Do I want to just try to get this fabric done. You know, I would love to get it done, but part of me feels like it would be a good idea to move on from this particular color to a different color so that I can get all of them, and then I can kind of darken all of them with a little bit of black all at once. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm just going to kind of try to consolidate some of this paint. Not too hard to remix it, but if I've got it, might as well. So by, again, consolidate, what I'm trying to do is just create one big blob of this paint so that some of it will stay wet inside that blob. Also, you know, slowly the outer part of it is going to kind of start to dry up. But if the inside is still wet, the inside will also kind of keep the outside somewhat hydrated. Because as the water tries to escape, it has to go through those layers of paint. What should we do next? What do I have a lot of colors of? Let me just see. That feels really good. I'm so glad that, okay, I'm happy I started in there. Let's just do a quick. You know, so that's still pretty rough, but it looks pretty good. You know, I mean, I still want to darken down even more. But, you know, if I had to walk away from it right now, that would already feel like a leap forward. Let's see. I mean, basically, what are the main colors I've got here? I've got the blue, got green, got pink, got orange, and I've got purple. So really 5 main colors of robes. So I think let's go with the orange, or sorry, the pink next, because I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 places of pink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, well, about maybe the same, or maybe even a bit more green. Orange, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And purple, we just have 1, 2. So I think I'm going to do the pink, then the green, then the orange, then the purple. That way, it'll give me a good sense of, like, the painting filling up relatively quickly. I think that's doable. Let's see how we're doing with time. So that's a nice thing too about doing these episodes where I just launch right into the painting, is that I feel like after a shorter period of time I've actually got a lot of stuff accomplished. As opposed to when I talk for an hour, it's like all of a sudden it's like 7 o'clock and oh my goodness. Okay. Let's look at. Let's go to the far right here. Ooh. Well, that pink is different then. This, well, I guess that's what I've got. I'm calling orange, eh? So as I look at this, it's not so straightforward. Although, well, let's just start here with the figure on the far right. Oh, and by the way, neither myself nor anyone is 100% sure which disciple is which. That's why I'm not saying, oh, this is John and this is Peter or whatever, because even the experts aren't always sure. There is a belief that she probably followed Da Vinci's composition in terms of the arrangement of the figures. And there's even some suggestion, particularly with like some of the figures, that their hand gestures appear to suggest that they're doing the same gestures as Da Vinci's one. But I'm certainly no Last Supper expert or biblical scholar, so being able to tell them all apart is tricky. Because basically the way that like a scholar might be able to tell who is really, I mean, is based on the representations of those artists by previous artists, because artists were kind of building on top of previous generations, so they would kind of, Judas is probably the easiest one to kind of, well, Jesus probably is the easiest one to kind of get, because, oops, he's almost always in the very center of the picture. Judas is pretty straightforward, because in many cases, the Last Supper, one of the most famous moments, maybe if not the most famous moment of that whole biblical story, is Jesus talking about, one of you will betray me, and it's Judas, and then Judas leaves, and so he's always, almost always, that's kind of almost the primary focus of the painting is that interaction between Judas and Jesus. Then you have the other apostles, and based on their hand movements, and then also their facial hair, like, are they older or are they younger? Because some of the apostles, the original followers of Jesus, were basically old men, and then some of them were fairly young when they kind of joined that circle. So sometimes they can be like, wow, this guy's an old guy, so he can't be these, some of these younger fellows. And some of these are younger, so he can't be one of those older guys, so that we can kind of split them off into groups. And then sometimes it's based upon their stories, because, those apostles went out on the land to spread Jesus' message, so sometimes they were going in similar directions, so sometimes that's how they might have been grouped, as like, well, here's these guys that are going, towards Europe, and here's them going towards, what is now Ukraine, and some here going towards Africa, and so, and then of course, the hand gestures, right? Because it talks maybe about what they might have written specifically about. Yeah, anyway, it's kind of fascinating. It is a little bit like playing detective and trying to look for those clues. So I'm sure Plautilla was, when she painted the painting, would have been 100% sure that, and it was very obvious to her as to who was who, and probably for anyone else who saw it, maybe at the time, probably was able to discern that. I was reading that this painting was probably made purely for display within the convent that she lived, so was not intended to be displayed in a museum or private setting. It was almost more of a passion project for her that was also used to teach other women in the convent. So it's believed that almost all the women who were in the convent with her at the time worked on this painting, which could explain why there's maybe some variation in quality of the painting. That perhaps some areas were done by more experienced painters within Nelli's circle, and some were maybe just beginning. So generally, the way that the male workshops would work is that you would have, you know, younger, less experienced artists would do most of the background stuff, do all the details people aren't really going to look at very carefully, you know, very repetitive tasks. So probably, you know, painting the wood paneling and the reflections. That would be a great place for a young artist to start. And then as they got more experience, maybe painting like the bread and the maybe the cups. That would have been tough, but that would have been a good test. Then maybe the fabric, right? And then the, you know, so the robes. That, I mean, that would have been pretty tough. I mean, that would have been Nelli's like right-hand woman probably would have, or herself would have been working on that. Or it's not like she would just leave. She's there right in the room probably every 20 minutes, kind of checking in on what everyone's doing. And then generally the way that the men would do it is the faces and hands would be reserved, and hair for the master. Maybe Plautilla Nelli was more democratic about it. Maybe she gave more responsibility to the women in her circle than Leonardo would have done in his own workshop. We don't really know. I mean, maybe there's a journal or diary that she wrote that is somewhere in the archives of the Uffizi or behind a wall or something somewhere that's, you know, in a... But that's yet to be discovered. It's interesting, you know, there's a link in the description below to the... What is it called? The... Let's see if I can find it so I don't just... So the Advancing Women Artists Group. Basically, this organization was created originally to because of Plautilla Nelli, and they started. It's a group of all women who restorers and curators and artists who are trying to salvage great art by women in the past and restore it and bring it back to glory. And where was I going with that? The AWA. Just lost my train of thought. So before they started their work on another one of Plautilla's paintings, there was only 3 known Plautilla paintings in existence. It was known that she had painted lots of them. In fact, one of the again, I mentioned Vasari, who wrote this famous book, The Lives of Artists, which is considered to be really one of the first biographies of artists ever. In that book, he mentioned Plautilla Nelli, which, as far as I understand, was the only woman he included in that whole book. But he wrote something about how there's... What is the quote? Something like there's... In fact, let's... Just so I get this right... Okay. Just want to get... course, it was just, I might as well just gone right back to the, Vasari wrote, in the houses of the gentlemen throughout Florence, there are so many pictures by Plautilla and Nelli that it would be tedious to attempt to speak of them all. So that gives you an idea of how widespread her work was at one point in history. That Vasari talks about just basically every major upper middle class person in Florence had a Nelli painting on their walls. Partly because, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but that paintings by nuns were often considered to be basically the closest thing to a holy relic that a person could possess, because nuns were kind of seen as almost godlike, right? As like this, as their devotion towards God was so intense that an artwork by one of those women was like owning something made by an angel or something, right? It had been touched by God. It was blessed. It was like a sacred object. So, owning a piece of Nelli's work was seen as like, you know, kind of a must-have accessory for your house. So anyway, going back, there was so many of her works around, but so many of them kind of disappeared that by the time the Advancing Women Artist Group was founded, there were only 3 of them known to exist. And over the course of the past, I think they've been, over the past like 10 years of that organization's been around, they've unearthed dozens more of her works, dozens of drawings by her. And so we're right at the beginning of really rediscovering this great artist. And so it won't surprise me at all if 10 years from now people in the comments write down, oh, they just found Nelli's diary or her journals, or, you know, a whole archive of whatever, and it changes everything you've said in this video is nonsense and blah 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 blah. And I think that would be great if more information about Plautilla and Nelli comes out that completely radically changes the little that we do know of her right now. I think that would be really cool. So I think I'm gonna go for Art says, so do you expect to finish the painting in this episode? I'll have to watch tomorrow. Well, I would love to finish this painting today. That is part of the goal, for sure. But if I'm honest, the chance of that happening is probably low. I think, you know, as I said, I would love for that to happen, but I think it's also possible that, I mean, we'll see. I just don't know if I have the energy to pull another all-nighter. I'm teaching a bunch of summer classes at Emily Carr, the art school university I teach here in Vancouver, and those start next week. So, and I haven't really done any prep for it. They are classes I've taught in the past, so it's not like I have to reinvent the wheel, but it's been a few years since I've taught those classes, so I don't want to just walk into the classroom and go like, what? Start looking at my handouts like, what idiot came up with all of these lessons and things? Oh, that was me. Oh, yes. Genius. So, it behooves me to do a little bit of legwork before. So, But I'm thinking, I haven't looked at my schedule yet, but I'm kind of hoping that this, I think this Thursday might be clear, so there might be another episode on Thursday for me to focus on this painting. Again, ideally I'd finish it today if I could, but so I'm going to go back to the left panel here. You know, now that I'm just looking at these side by side, I kind of feel like I should instead just take some of my cool red and I'm just going to paint it right over here. One thing I think is always kind of cool is, so you may notice where I got a little bit of this red over top of the blue, and it almost made a very dark purple line, which, you know, when you think about it, is kind of obvious, like blue and red make purple. But it's worth kind of just noting that and throwing it into your back pocket, because sometimes you can use that. So instead of, let's say, trying to paint a very thin black line there between the blue and the red, you could just paint that red, and just kind of go over the line, paint a little bit outside the line, and create what will look like a black line there. So you can use the transparency of colors there to help facilitate things like that. Okay, so since I've done that, I'm going to just quickly do this to the other paintings. Let's see. So I've got a few different pinks and reds going on. This one is obviously a cool magenta pink red. You know what, I'm just going to quickly blow dry all these. They're kind of wet, so... Okay, let's move those out of the way. And let's work on these pink fabrics here. Hope everyone's, well, I guess I was going to say enjoying the last day of April, but some of you, it's already May. It's on the other side of the world. Feels like time is just going so fast. Wow. So, so this looks like a big bright red blob here. I think when you see my hand come over, it's gonna probably make some of it a little easier to see. I do wonder. This color is a little dark. I think I want to get to that color, but I'm afraid I might have gone a little bit too far. So I'm going to take this color and make a little bit of a one that's not quite so dark. And again, I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in here. So that's actually almost a little bit too light, so I'm going to kind of mix in a little bit halfway. You know, I'm not feeling what I've just done here at all. So I'm just going to wipe it all away. That's one of the benefits of being able to use some glazing fluid, because I can kind of just undo. Hit the reset button there. basically the problem stemmed from my initial use of that much darker color, and technically those were folds on the highlight side. So then I was trying to paint with a lighter color in the shadows, which obviously didn't make any sense. And I was trying to make it work, but I couldn't pull it off, so we'll just reboot it. And nothing wrong with that, right? So I'm just going to let that dry. I'll move over to this figure here. I will say one thing about a painting like this is when there's so much detail, you can actually get away with lots of mistakes. Not that you want to or to make it a habit. And, you know, certainly if you were Plautilla or, you know, a great artist, you want every brushstroke to look great. But for our purpose, when there's so much detail, it's kind of overwhelming for a person looking at it. And they might not be able to even perceive most of the things that you consider to be mistakes later on, because they're just, they can't process all of that information. And you can really, like, when I was in Chicago and Detroit last few weeks ago, you know, I was looking at great art by really famous artists, and you can see that, you know, quite frankly, artists cutting a few corners, because they're like, you know what, I think I can get away with this right here. No one's really going to look at it that close, this part too closely, so if I'm going to kind of fudge something here or there, you know, like, you know, if it's Jesus's face, well, it's hard to kind of, not a great place to fudge detail, because it's going to be probably the main thing that people are going to be looking at. But Jesus's feet, maybe some people are going to be looking at that. Maybe the background, maybe people are going to look at it. Again, I think every brushstroke is important, but I think it's just, you know, thinking of like the lessons from great artists throughout history is like, you know, sometimes you do kind of need to cut a little corner here and there just to get something finished. I think we all do that in life. Again, it's probably not showing up on camera very well. Ah! Big droplet of water slowly dissolving on the surface. You know, maybe you're cooking Thanksgiving dinner for family, and you were working on mashed potatoes, but or maybe a better example would be like dessert. and you just ran out of time to make a homemade pie. So you just run to the grocery store and you buy a pumpkin pie from the Safeway or whatever. And you may or may not pass it off as your own. You're just like, you know what, I just need to get, I just didn't have the time or the energy to do it all. You know. And so you do what you can do. And you know what, I've been to some pretty good restaurants, and not all, they don't, you know, let's just say sometimes things do come out of a package, even in a really nice restaurant, that would surprise you. Like there's a breakfast restaurant right down the street from where I live that on their menu, it's eggs and toast and all that stuff, and on the menu it talks about their famous tater tots or something, right? And I remember I was sitting there in the restaurant one day by myself, went there for breakfast by myself to treat myself, and I had like a clear view right into the kitchen, and I noticed that the chef had like a big bag of like McCain's tater tots and was just dumping them into the fryer. You know, the door was wide open. I don't know if there wasn't very many people there, but I was like, interesting. The famous tater tots are actually just frozen potatoes from the grocery store that anybody could make. Now, maybe most of us don't have a fryer at home, so maybe they consider that to be what they do to make them so famous, but and it's funny because I have friends who live on one of the local islands here who, you know, say that that's their favorite breakfast restaurant in all of Vancouver. Like, oh, really? Must be the famous tater tots. Goes to show how much of like our lives are governed by perception. And not really by and perception can be so easily manipulated. Okay, here, I'm just kind of inventing things. Let's just slow down here, Michael. I think I've kind of... Not sure if you can even really see this on camera. My sort of preview screen up here, whenever I put like red on there, it just goes into a big blue or bloop into a big red blob, and you can't see any detail. So. There's going to be a lot of little differences. In fact, sorry, I should put that side by side so you can see. I'm going to go to the other side here so I don't get my hand drawing all over. So these folds are all pointing towards the tip of the knee, just like this one is here. And that's really important to kind of give dimension to this. So I think in my, hopefully, I'm sure I talked about my drawing course, like when we're talking about drawing fabric and drapery, that there's these tension points, and that's where the fabric is kind of hanging off or from, and your folds are going to point towards those areas. So right in here, it appears like there's, you can see it better here, like some sort of like arm, well, maybe not armrest, but this is probably the bottom of the chair or the seat of the chair here. So the fabric is going up here and then kind of getting pinched in here. So having strong lines pointing back towards it helps emphasize that. So, you know, as I'm doing this, I'm in a way kind of misinterpreting some of these folds. I'm also just not getting too bogged down into them. It's like, okay, I could spend hours and hours trying to faithfully replicate all of these super complex folds, or I could do my best and move on with my life. You know, if this was my own artwork, like let's say the comic book I'm working on that I'm hand painting, well, you know, I do take time to try to get it right, but if this is just something I'm doing for fun, well, but, you know, it should be fun, right? And the moment I kind of lose track of that, then it no longer becomes fun. So there's a lot going on there. And it's not all set in stone either. Gonna do just a little bit of darkening right now. And just let this dry and then come back to it. Okay, I think that's okay for right now. Let's clean all that paint. It starts to kind of really get gummy on the ends of those brushes, so it's a good idea to clean your brushes every once in a while. So I've got a few areas where I've got this red. Paradoxically, like, so what she's doing over here, she's got this kind of yellowish, peachy orange underneath, and then she's gone over with a very similar pink over top of it. So I think what I'm going to do is how do I want to do that? What has she done there? I'm going to paint these folds with cool red. take a bit of cool yellow, actually, even. Let's turn this into a bit of a slightly cool orange. So I'm going to do like 3 steps of darkness here. So we'll start with this orange, just slightly darker. I did mix in a little bit of my color, my darker color there. Where are we? We are... Oops. I like this. I like this look of this kind of orange coming through this pink. I mean, this is definitely super... Well, I was going to say super unusual. I mean... It's just... the color in hers is strange enough that it does make me wonder if that's originally how it looked, or if there's... this could be a little bit of the pigments kind of changing over time. I don't know. Obviously mine's going to look a little bit different. It's actually much more orangey than hers. That's okay. I would have liked to make it a little bit closer. I mean, I could spend a few hours going for it, but there are other things to do in life. And I don't think anybody is going to notice. Well, I mean, people might look at them side by side, you know, when the video's over, and leave a nasty comment or something. But, doesn't bother me. That's good start. Okay, can I do that elsewhere? This. Oh, that's a warmer color. So I'm going to take my warm red now. Take a bit of warm blue here. That's probably all I need to kind of get a darker red, at least for this initial stage here. Again, putting that glazing fluid in here slows the drying time down, makes it a bit more transparent, which in many ways is really good because it's a little bit more of, I always say it's glazing is the timid painter's best friend, because you can go nice and slow. If you're not happy with it, you can just erase it. You can do dozens of thin, almost invisible layers until slowly building it up to the way you want. Kathy says, wow, look at all those folds. I like the brighter color. Yeah, it is kind of nice, like kind of having a bit of a, you know, these almost, in some instances here, she's got kind of almost, well, not completely contrasting colors. It's not like they're colors that are opposite on the color wheel from one another, but they're, they are the different. It's an interesting way of working with that particular fold back here, where you've got that yellow, and then it kind of goes into like, I mean, I was thinking about adding a bit of white into my pink here, but I was just like, you know what, I don't have much space to work with. That's why my version is going to be a little bit less pop than hers. Because I didn't add that bit of white as kind of a transition color from the yellow into the pink and the red. So, because remember, those figures are life size in her work. Mine is the size of like a finger, right? So, I mean, I was teaching a in-person class the other day, and I was just saying over and over that, excuse me, let's have some more tea. And then I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Over and over again. Well, I said something over and over again. And you know, it was probably one of the most insightful things I've ever said. People were just like, wow, it's brilliant. And I'm like, I know. It's just, I keep coming up with this stuff. And then I forget it all. So, but you have to take my word, it was just brilliant. Just earth-shattering genius. The saying goes, if it's good enough, and I'll remember it, it'll come back. Kathy says, glazing the timid painter's best friend. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I really believe it. You know, it's interesting because, you know, when I teach glazing initially, I've taught a number of students who are like, oh, I can't, this is too hard, I don't like this. It's so frustrating, kind of blending things out, and, you know, that's fair. I mean, it's not easy necessarily, but I think once you get the hang of it, and I've also heard that from other people, it's like, oh, wow, this is so much easier. Because you can just take it as slow as you want, and if you make a mistake, you just erase it. Versus, you know, maybe a more modernist approach to painting, like the way maybe like Picasso or Matisse or Frida Kahlo or a lot of other artists of more recent times would paint. You're painting quite bold brushstrokes on the surface of a painting. And if you're a beginner painter, that's kind of scary to do because you feel like, oh, what do you mean? I'm just going to take this bright red and paint a big bright red line right in the middle of this person's face? Like, oh, what if I get it in the wrong place? Then I'm kind of screwed. Versus you probably wouldn't use that same technique with glazing. You'd kind of slowly build it up, and so at no point would you ever kind of just, would there be like that bold brushstroke? Like, I don't know what's analogous to that. It's like, I don't know what it's like. I'm trying to think of like bicycling and training wheels. Not quite. I think I like making cooking analogies because we've all, well, most of us have cooked at one time or another something. We all gotta eat, so we can all identify with food. Glazing, where you're doing very small, almost imperceptible actions. I'm sure there's a really good food analogy. Question is, what is it? all of a sudden I was like, you know what, I might be able to get to the fabric, or to the hands and faces today. And then I'm just thinking to myself, Michael, just pump the brakes. We're not even halfway down the fabric yet. Let's before we start promising the moon here, let's But it is really exciting when you start to see a painting kind of coming together and the pieces are falling into place. You know, the excitement, the desire to want to wrap it all up and is really strong. And I often say to students, like, just be careful. It's like that home stretch on a painting is the most dangerous, because that's where we often take our mind off the prize. We start thinking about other things than the matter directly at hand, and oh, what am I going to have for dinner? Oh, I forgot to book those hotels for the summer vacation. I got to do that, and oh, I gotta, like, remember, I gotta, you know, give the teacher that thank you card, and oh, I gotta, all of which are actual things that I'm thinking about. But then all of a sudden, something happens because I'm not really paying attention to the painting. That's cool. Okay. Let's do gotta fix his clothes, but so, you know, this painting is going to look probably pretty different than the original for a number of reasons. One is it's just that's really complicated. There's so much going on here that there's unlike where, you know, painting where I've got one figure or maybe two figures. This is probably the painting with the most amount of figures I've ever done in these master study classes. I think, what's another one that has a lot of people? I mean, I did a Dempsey versus Firpo, the boxing match by George Bellows. And it's got the two boxers plus maybe 5 or 6 people in the crowd, but you really just see the tops of their heads and shoulders and stuff. I did a Jacob Lawrence painting a baseball scene where there's like a batter and a catcher, and is the pitcher in there? Or is it just maybe an umpire, and there's a crowd, but the crowd is mostly just, you know, faceless shapes in the background. So when you have so many figures to kind of manage, and, you know, multiple canvases I'm working across, you know, my brain's just not big enough to be able to track and remember, you know, what I wanted to do in every little area. Gets a little bit overwhelming, a little bit confusing. So, and that's where, you know, we could call it mistakes or just differences are going to start arising. I just have much less control. And it also means like the amount of time involved just goes way up. Obviously here, this is the 4th episode. And so I end up having to kind of make lots of concessions, just being like, okay, well, you know, it's not the right color, but let's just move on. Whereas maybe in other paintings I'd be, oh, well, let's see if we can get this. I probably can nail it if I just, you know, have a little bit of patience here. But unless I'm planning on working on this until my daughter's in high school, I gotta be gentle with myself and just say, you know what, you did as well as you could, given the time constraints. It's gonna be okay. Oh, well, and another thing I was saying to students yesterday was just like, I really love it when I see, you know, when everyone's working on the same painting in a class, and the paintings are starting to turn out differently. You know, that sometimes that just drives the students crazy because they're like, oh, mine doesn't look as good as this person's, and that person thinks that theirs doesn't look as good as the other person's. And I'm like, they're just different. Not better or worse. It wouldn't, you know, we might think we would be all great if we all made exactly the same painting and they're all quote-unquote perfect. But as far as I'm concerned, that would be terrifying. Right? It would mean that we're all robots. That we all just do exactly what the other person does. That'd be really scary. Because what would happen to the person who does something a little bit different? Would they be... Probably wouldn't be celebrated. They'd probably just be thrown in jail or something. So I just tell that to myself when I'm working on these. It's like, you know what? It's different. That's good. I think celebrating diversity and differences is a good thing. In all aspects of life, not just making art. Because it's, you know, it's like, you know, if you get kind of anxious, like, can't stand, you know, the politics where I live, or, you know, then it's like, well, you know what, the good thing about a big world is you can go somewhere else. Because imagine if everyone had this, you know, like every government was the same, believed in the same things, had the same values. Oof. And if you didn't like the way they did things where you were born, well, everywhere else on Earth is like that, so better get used to it. That would be so terrifying. Even if you never travel, I think there's just there's got to be somewhere in the back of your mind, like, you know what? If this gets really terrible, I can always move. I can always change. I will acknowledge that I'm kind of fortunate to have been born and raised in a country where there is a sort of presumption of the possibility of being able to travel and move wherever I want on Earth. Whereas probably the vast majority of people aren't so lucky. It's not like some kid working in a sweatshop in China can just be like, you know what? I want to move to Canada. I'm going to go there. It's like, good luck. Good luck getting here. So, you know, I'm pretty fortunate. Okay, I think I'm going to use this same color, instead of on this orange, onto this pink. And let's just see how it works. I think it's going to be different. I mean, like, how different is the question? Like, I guess if I look at them side by side, they're not radically different. The base color is different, so that should be enough to create, because I just don't want them to be, you notice how she didn't put two people with the exact same colors of clothes side by side. There's always some kind of differentiation here. So I just want to make sure that in my own painting, there is also a distinction between the different figures in their clothing. I think that'll be okay. I mean, I do think it's pretty, you know, it's interesting that, you know, I think it's brilliant. I was going to say brilliant. And it is that she's chosen to put these two kind of different oranges and reds and pinks all next together. In fact, all four of these figures on the right side of the picture are like that. As opposed to just the easiest thing to do would be to have everybody alternating. It would be to have, okay, this person's wearing a blue shirt and a green cape. Okay, the next person's going to have a pink shirt and a yellow cape. You know, I have like really almost jarring kind of differences. Right? She's like, well, I got to make them different, but I don't want it to be like a candy store where, you know, everyone is, you know, just so radically different that It's almost kind of jarring. So I think it shows a great deal of sophistication in terms of just composition, color choice, managing all of those contrasts, those very subtle contrasts. You know, they did an X-ray of this painting, excuse me, and they noticed that there's very little underdrawing, which they, you know, or whoever, I can't remember who the interview I was reading with was talking about this. You know, they attributed that to like her amazing ability, that basically saying that she basically got it right exactly the first time. It didn't need to kind of rework her composition at all. I mean, that's possible. I would say probably the greater likelihood is that it makes me pretty convinced that there's probably, or well, I don't know if it still exists, but at some point she probably, in preparation for that, did some other sketches, oil sketches, versions of this painting that might be lost completely, or hanging in someone's bedroom or closet that they have no idea its actual value. And it could be next weekend, or it could be 500 years more from today, that thing just shows up again, and we would definitely see her kind of doing a little bit of testing of some ideas and colors. Because yes, while it's possible that she was a genius, all of the research I've done on genius, and because I was gonna write a book or something about this years ago, or about 5 or 6 years ago, and so I was doing a bunch of research into the whole concept of genius. And long story short, pretty much all scientists are now kind of in agreement that there's no such thing. There's no such thing as someone who's just born with this incredible innate ability to paint, or to play piano or guitar. That these are all learned behaviors, and they're just lots of practice and patience. And so, and the fact that Plautilla Nelli is self-taught, you know, again, maybe Fra Bartolomeo helped her a little bit, you know, get started, encouraged her. We don't really know exactly. But that is makes it even more likely that she didn't just do this painting and get it miraculously right off the bat. That there was probably plenty of work that went into this painting that we certainly don't see in the finished version. And also because, like, I was watching another video this morning on Nelli, and how they found 3 almost identical paintings by her, and what that means is that she would have used like a cartoon to, so a cartoon, the origin of the word like cartoon, like as we think of Saturday morning cartoons, is from the fresco painting process, which is you might do a sketch of the wall and kind of figure out where you want things, and then you would probably have an assistant of yours use a grid to enlarge that sketch onto a much larger piece of paper, and then you would poke little holes all around the lines. So in the same way, so what you would do with like a picture, you know, like our outlines here, right, is you would literally take a pin and poke holes all over this picture. And then you would take that, put it up against the wall, right, and take a sock full of charcoal powder and just bang all over it. And then you'd peel this off and you'd see your little dotted line all over the surface. And then you would paint, you know, then you just maybe connect all the dots. And you'd have your image on the canvas, and then you just, so they have 3 different paintings by her that they've now identified, and they showed in this video kind of laying an acetate kind of tracing over top of them, and they all lined up pretty close. There were slight differences, but that just means that maybe based on the shape and size of the canvas, it's like, oh, I need to move this head over a little bit just so I don't have a bunch of empty space on the side, just like what we do when we start our image transfer. So that tells me she knew about cartoons and used them herself. So at the very least, she did some sketches somewhere and then transferred them onto this large piece of canvas. So she had it worked out pretty, you know, she worked it out at some point, and then when it got onto this surface, there wasn't much change. So, and that's pretty rare for even like a really experienced artist, because you know, what might look really good on a little sketch, or let's say on canvases this size, you're like, wow, this is fantastic, it's gonna look great. And then you get it up on the wall and you're like, you know, maybe, you know, again, this is before you could have spotlights and you have track lighting and you can light things perfectly. You might get it up there and you're like, oh no, like the skylights are coming in, but let's say Jesus in the center, he's in shadow. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I gotta move Jesus into the light. Obviously, I can't have him in the shadow and Judas in the light or something, right? What are people gonna think when they come in and look at this? They're gonna be like, what am I trying to say here? What is this? Is this artist some heretic or something? They're gonna hang me? Right, that stuff happened, right? So that artist would, now that it's up on the wall, have to make a choice as to like, okay, well, you know, you could just obviously get back up on the ladder, and the great thing with charcoal, you just kind of erase it off, just take probably a wet cloth and just smear it all off and go back to the drawing board and start again. Now, I'm just thinking, I was like, you know what? Once I get this done, you know, all the faces and hands and stuff, that's just gonna fall into place pretty easy. I'm doing all the hard work right now. And so I'm thinking that to myself, and I'm like, Michael, you better be careful about saying things like that, because every time you say something like that, it really bites you in the butt. Oh yeah, no worries, we'll be done this painting in 2 hours. And then 4 hours, 8 hours later, I'm still like slogging away on this thing. I will say, when this painting is all done, I'll be really happy. But, you know, I'm also kind of starting to miss it. You know, it's every time I do one of these episodes, there's a little bit of like, you know, I feel like I get to know the artist a little bit. I feel like I'm, as much as possible, kind of spending a little time inside their head. And so, you know, so there's a bit of me that gets kind of a little bit sad to move on. So I'm going back to this figure here. So I just took my red and I just put a little bit more warm blue in here. And that has made it a little bit darker. Another thing too, working on a painting like this does kind of make me yearn to paint something really big again. It's been, when was the last time I made a big painting? Probably 10 years ago, when I did my did a bunch of big paintings based on my flight in a fighter plane. I mean, each one was about, actually about the size, each one was about the size of this painting. They're all about 20 by 10 feet tall. Okay. I'll come back to this one here. Well, there's going to be a few bottles and glasses in front of this figure. So. Oh, sorry, not on camera. Okay, let's go to the man of the hour there. Looks like I've got most of the reds and pinks on all those versions done. So let's look at you, Judas. What are we gonna do for you? I'm going to take the same warm red that I've been using. It's got a little bit of blue in it. I'm going to add a little bit more glazing fluid back into it. In fact, I think I'm going to brush a thin layer of warm red. I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid on here. Let's make this a bit more transparent. I want to give him a red that no one else in the painting has, to make him stand out a little bit. After all, as I said, like, in many ways, The Last Supper is a depiction of this crucial moment here of Judas betraying Jesus. So while no one, everyone's gonna, even if you don't really know anything about the Bible, you can look at this and like, okay, that's probably Jesus in the middle, right? Any painting, the figure in the middle is generally the most important person in the picture, right? And then as soon as I do that, I'm gonna zoom back out here. He's also got this really red, one might even say a darker red. So I'm going to do that again. This time I'm going to take a little bit of that blue. Oops. Is this a good idea? I think so. It gives me a little anxiety right now how dark this red actually is. But it's kind of the way it looks, so... This is basically the same kind of red as I've just been using for the past maybe hour to do the colors, the folds, and some of the other ropes. So, when you start using a darker color like this to start with as a foundational color, it's like, ooh, okay. It means to get the folds and the shadows, everything's going to have to be even darker than this. So that's the only thing that makes me a little bit anxious, is I think, okay, is this now going to be like the darkest part of this whole painting? Barbara says, hi, Rona, just checking in. You're still painting. It's 3:45 a.m. here. I should be asleep, but I couldn't resist having a look. Well, I appreciate that, Barbara. But get back to bed. Oh, my goodness, 3:45 in the morning. I'm going to endeavor not to be also up at 3:45 in the morning working on this. Now that I just clean those brushes, or I'm going to clean this one too, I'm going to blow dry it and just zoom back out and just take a look at how doing here. Looking good. When you start seeing it all together, it's like, okay, we are getting somewhere. It's not like we're just spinning our tires here. Which can sometimes feel that way when you're working on a painting like this. It seems to take forever. So, you know, most of the fabric's done here. Most of the fabric's done here. This was the one that has sort of barely been touched, right? I've really just done the blue of Jesus here. So, I mean, obviously there's green still to come, but there's a lot of green in this one too, so. That's a good sign. Like, it really helps. It catapults the painting forward to have the fabric, you know, loosely done. I mean, I can imagine, you know, if you were able to do what I've just done, even though I still want to do more, but if you could even just do that, that would be a monumental achievement for a beginner to intermediate painter. You know, I want to get all of these fabrics done. It's going to take me maybe another hour and a half. And then ideally I would go back and then start really darkening with maybe even a black glaze over top of them. And then maybe even add some white glaze over some highlights. But just a few little places where I might want to make them pop a little bit more. So, you know, all told, I think, you know, even at this moment, thinking probably another 4 hours to get the fabric to a point where I could be happy with it. Which, you know, sounds like a long time, and it's not going to be super entertaining for a lot of people to watch the next 4 hours. But I think if I was able to do what I want to do over the next 4 hours, this painting would look really cool. And then it is just a matter of doing like a lot of the little details. Well, not, I mean, it's just a matter of painting faces and beards and hair, hands and feet, which is, that would, as another, like, I think there's definitely going to be another episode for sure. And that would be, you know, take me probably another 6 hours to do. Because if you're thinking, a lot of these little faces take time. But I can start to see the end of the tunnel. I think putting the folds in the fabric, because they do occupy a lot of the painting, and also they take a lot of our attention, right? You know, the structure of the background, for probably the majority of people who look at it, bit of an afterthought, not so interesting, but it is doing a lot of heavy lifting for this painting that is maybe to your general viewer, you know, not really important. But I think for an artist, you know, like Nelli herself, I'm sure recognized how the role that's, you know, that's why whenever I'm working on these paintings, I often spend sometimes more time on the backgrounds than anywhere else in the painting, because they, it's like going to see a symphony orchestra play, and they might have, I don't know, Yo-Yo Ma is sitting in, like a cellist, or a Pavarotti is going to sing uh, with the rest of the orchestra, and Yo-Yo Ma, incredible musician. Pavarotti was a great musician himself, but on their own, it's a little thin, right? So having a really solid, competent structure to support it actually makes the central figure even bigger, right? It's so yeah. And I'd also say, like, even if let's say the faces, I kind of get a little bit awkward on them, if the folds are relatively, even just barely competently done, they're gonna lift up those faces. So let's say I totally goof on all these faces. I think that could potentially make the painting actually look kind of interesting, kind of cool. Like, it would be really weird if I put in kind of cubist faces or something there. But, someone looking at it might go like, well, the rest of it is done really well, so clearly this person knows what they're doing. The faces are very strange. Their instinct might be to say that more, as opposed to like, oh, these are terrible faces. Sankeet says, it's probably nighttime there because it's morning here in India. I just woke up and what I see, Michael, is live. I couldn't resist it, so I'm watching live in the bathroom. That's awesome. Getting ready for the morning. Yeah, it is just about 8 p.m. here in Vancouver, Canada. What's that? That's 20... Yeah, 20... how do you say... we don't really use the 24-hour clock. So it's 20 hours? Is that what you say? Just 20 o'clock? Because I know some people elsewhere on the planet use... Like, a lot of French people, like when you go to Eastern Canada, it's very common to hear people... I missed a train in Montreal that way. Because... when was it? I think I had a train at... I think it was... my train was at 16 o'clock. And so in my mind, I was thinking, okay, that's 6 o'clock. And so I got there like 6 hours early, and I was sitting in a coffee shop just drawing for hours and hours and looking at the clock. And it's, 2 o'clock. Okay, it was 16 o'clock. I still got another like 4 hours to go. And then like 3 o'clock comes, 4 o'clock, there's announcements in the train station. 5 o'clock comes, and then I'm looking... 5 o'clock, so it's 16 o'clock. Well, wait, 16 o'clock is 4 o'clock. It would have been one thing if I had been running to the station and missed my train. It's a whole other thing of self-anger to realize you've been sitting within eyeshot of where the train comes for like 6 hours, and 2 hours ago the train left. So yeah. I'm gonna blow dry. Kathy says, "Hi, Barbara. I hope you stay awake for a while to listen." Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I can. Somehow that I'm like all the pressure to keep Barbara awake to tell interesting stories or do something really interesting on this painting to deprive Barbara of her beauty sleep. Oh. I don't know what particularly insightful things that I can add that would be more delightful than curling up in a bed and drifting off to slumberland. So I was about to paint these. I was about to paint Judas here. So let's there's poor Barbara still awake there. Versus beauty sleep. Haha, I think that ship sailed a while ago. Well, I think we all need beauty sleep. No matter how young we are. I think beauty is, or sleep is definitely restorative for sure. Barbara says, "Hi Kathy, I've been enjoying watching your progress on the drawing course." So that's, thanks Barbara, it's fun. I don't mean to keep you up though, but I love company to chat to. Are you painting anything lately or drawing? Yeah, that's cool when you guys have little chats there. Sometimes I look over, oh, people are having a good conversation. Sankit also mentions Lolly. Yeah, it has been a while since we've seen Lolly in the chat. I don't know. I hope everything's all right there. Sankit also says, I used to watch Michael's lives consistently, but suddenly my exams entered my life, and then I was forced to do things I hate. Study. Such is life. It's true. But, you know, it's, you know, at one point you may look back on those times of studying with a level of fondness. You know, there's something to be said about those times in life, you know, doing those exams, and that, especially when you're waking up and, you know, at 4 in the morning and going to a job you hate, and you're like, oh man, I remember there was a day I hated studying. What I would give to be studying for those exams right now, because walking in the rain or snow, or, you know, waiting for a bus before sunrise. I think like, oh, I'd give anything to be studying right now. I think about that every time I drop my daughter off at school, and I think about how when I was young, you know, I couldn't wait to get older, and then when you're older, all you can do is think about how much you miss being a kid. Oh, the irony! Oh my goodness. So hard to be in the moment, isn't it? It's funny. The reason why the show started half hour later than normal is I was having my bi-monthly therapy appointment with my therapist. I'm a huge believer in therapy. Talking to a counselor or therapist. I love therapy. I meet people. I have friends who are like, I wouldn't say they're anti-therapy, but they're just like, they just think I'm crazy. I personally think everybody should go to a therapist. But anyway, yeah. One of the things I was talking about is how, when I'm painting, it's like I'm totally in the zone. It's pretty hard to do anything else, although I'm talking while I'm kind of not, but it's I can't, pay my bills right now. I can't go to the bank. I can't. It's pretty hard to sit here and have resentments against people or institutions, or do a lot of worrying about elections or politics or the environment or nuclear war or whatever. So, which is one of the reasons I love making art, is that, when I'm, like, even if I'm talking about, terrible things going on in the world, it's hard to really emotionally what would you say, process or experience those feelings. Like, I can talk about it right now, but because my mind and body is so really distracted at the moment, it's hard to kind of really kind of get overwhelmed or get possessed by those feelings. So like, because I just all of a sudden I go like, oh, I like how I painted that weird little, like, there's something kind of funky about what I'm doing here. Which, when I look at the original, I guess it's kind of there, but she's kind of turned that into a, whereas mine seems to be kind of bulging outward. But I don't know if I mind that. I think it's kind of weird. So it kind of just goes to what I'm talking about. Like, I can be thinking about terrible things in the world, but then I'm like, oh, I like this fold that I'm painting. So anyway, we were talking about how, like, when you're when you're making art, or it could be going for a bicycle ride or going jogging or whatever people do to kind of get into a bit more of a mindfulness kind of state. We were talking about trying to take a moment to check in, to have a little bit of a moment of self-awareness, to kind of just think about how your body feels, like, what is your breathing like, where, do you have any aches or pains or those kinds of things, so that you can try to access those later on. Because part of, like a lot of artists, also procrastinate too. It's funny, like when I love painting. Like, that's sometimes why I do these episodes that go on for hours and hours and hours. Is once I'm in it, I can just paint all day long. Like, I can. There's been times in my life where I've done it here on the channel where I've been up all night long painting, and it's not like I'm totally unaware that it's like 3 in the morning or something. But I don't feel hungry. I don't really particularly feel super tired. I'm just doing it. I'm happy. But then the weirdest thing happens as soon as, I'm done painting. My mind kind of tricks me into, it starts telling me about how terrible it is to paint. I'm like, this is so time consuming and slow, and why are you doing this to yourself? And so then I might put off actually painting for weeks on end. Not so much anymore, but just because of this channel and doing these live streams. It's really given me, for the past almost 4 years, a super good routine, which I'm super grateful for. Sorry, I'm just gonna... What color is... So that's a pretty light red here. I'm gonna probably just go with my warm red and a little bit of glazing fluid. I think I see a little bit of white even in there, maybe a bit of gray. But I'm just gonna start with basically, just this warm red and glazing fluid. Maybe, yeah, I'll probably have to get a little bit darker. Mostly because so I can kind of try to hide those pencil lines a little bit. But yeah, I'll procrastinate about making art until all of a sudden I'm just like, okay, let's get a little bit of work done. And then the second that paintbrush hits the canvas, it's like, oh, I love doing this. Why haven't I been doing this all day long? What was I thinking? I love doing this. It's one of the weirdest things. I think about it all the time. Like, what is it that... How does my brain trick me into not painting? That's the irony. I will say I'm very lucky to have found an art form like painting to occupy my time. I have some friends that are musicians and actors, and they are much more dependent on other people to do what they want to do. You know, if you're like an actor, it's, you know, you can write your own play and you can put on your own one-person show if you want. But, you know, not every actor is also a, you know, a writer. Maybe not all of them are interested or capable of writing. So it's because I hear that, well, just write your own thing, make your own movie. Don't wait for it's. So I mean, we've had these discussions. They're like, yeah, but Michael, I'm not. I mean, I've tried writing, but I don't. I want to practice this very specific thing of acting. I want to, you know, do like Shakespearean acting. I can't just, you know, wake Uncle Bill up and ask him to write another, you know, sequel to Romeo and Juliet or something. I gotta, you know, there's lots of other roles. So I do feel super fortunate that I have a creative outlet that I can practice totally on my own. It isn't dependent on anything else. No one can tell me what to do or how to do it or when to do it. And anytime I feel even the slightest inclination to do it, I can go and do it. Like a lot of my friends are musicians, and that's not on camera, any of that. A lot of my friends are musicians, and during the pandemic, it was like a lot of them were really struggling because, and not just financially, but you know, if you're the great joy in your life is performing for people and getting in front of a crowd, and you know, I tried doing Zoom stuff, and but yeah, it was difficult. So just taking a moment to be grateful. Now, lots of new comments in the chat. Wow, let me, where... St. Keith says, no, now I'm preparing for competitive exams. I still have to study for 4 more years. I am dying. Oh my goodness, 4 years of studying. You know, it's like my sister went to medical school, and same thing, like, my goodness, all those exams, exam after exam after, and she would fail exams, had to redo exams, and man, so stressful, you know. And she's in her early 40s and still studying for exams. She's done now, but I'm trying to even think when the last exam I ever took was. was my... It might have been a driver's test when I had to get my American driver's... Maybe when I came back to Canada, I think I had to do another driver's test. But that, you know, it's been a long time. So, yeah, it's... Whereas, yeah, man, all those exams, that's tough. Barbara says, I'm painting another Sybil Andrews print. 4 colors, but complex composition, a proper size painting for a friend. Barbara says, Sankit, I feel your pain. Good luck with the studying. I read law for my degree. Oof, it's another one. Sankit says, I'm still procrastinating to study. Well, I wish I could... I had expertise in something other than painting, and I could help you with your studying, and unfortunately I'm limited in my in that respect. So here I'm just taking some warm blue. I even took a little bit of black, and I'm going to mix it into this red here. Because I've got to get an even... Well, that might be a little bit too dark. Well, we'll see. I'm going to maybe blend it into... Maybe lighten it up a little bit here. That's probably dark enough. Sybil Andrews. I'm not sure I'm aware of her work. Let's just take a quick... Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I have her scheduled... I've actually had her scheduled for a while, and I keep bumping her back. She is... Which one was I thinking about doing? Was it the windmill? Yeah, I love these. Yeah, I think it was the windmill I was hoping to do. Yeah, she's a big printmaking pioneer. Her husband is also kind of well known, or maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of a different... No, I'm definitely thinking of her, but maybe I'm just getting her mixed up with someone else. Because I definitely remember coming across her and was like, oh, she would be cool to study. Oh, sorry, it's not even on camera. What is this? Yeah, I'm not. Obviously, I'm going to read right through this right now. I think I might have come across her when I was putting together. Oh, what was the episode? Okay, yes, this is okay. I'm starting. Cyril Power was, yeah, her mentor. He's another. I think that's how I came across her work. Is looking at his. And then obviously the fact that she's Canadian. I was like, oh. Interesting. Someone... Okay, yes. I mean, isn't that cool? Look at this bus. So yeah, when I saw her work, that is beautiful too. I love these. Yeah, I think it might have been a book or something I saw on his work, and then they kind of had, I think in the back, kind of other artists that were influenced by him, and her name popped up. I'm like, I've never heard of her. Yeah, it's cool. Awesome. Yeah, let's let me put that back on the bring it up on the list. I've got a list of like 1,000 artists that I want to cover. So if you're worried about me going away anytime soon, unless I drop dead, knock on wood, we'll get to all of them. But yes, yeah, I do. My mind is starting to come back to. Kat says, Michael, you're doing the world and us the world of good. We so appreciate you. Thank you. That's so sweet of you, Kathy. I appreciate that. Kathy says, I think therapy is a great thing too. Talking to someone separate from family or friends, someone neutral, is good. Yeah, absolutely. Or says, I'm really like getting into detail. I didn't realize I was such a neat freak until I started painting. I wish the house was as neat. I'm the same way. You know, what's kind of really nice about working on a painting is there's a kind of I think what's also satisfying for me too is that sense of being able to kind of have some level of control over things. Not that I'm a control freak, but you know, something nice about being able to, like, you know, the world is chaotic and there's so much stuff that I have zero control over, but I have some relative control over what happens on this 9x12 piece of canvas. That I do have some control over. Now, that doesn't mean it always turns out the way I want. In fact, it never does. But at least I'm the one kind of pushing that rock up the hill here. And so there is kind of a nice sense of like, okay, chaos out there. I can try to bring some level of organization into this little micro habitat that I'm overseeing like some kind of god. Yeah, this is, I'm a bit OCD, so I need to get stuff done before painting, but maybe that's just lately, as I'm not as excited about some of the paintings I was doing, like the socialnesses of the class. I like the socialness of the class. Barbara said that learning to draw made it possible for me to achieve the detail in my paintings, control in a steady hand. Sankeet said something about, I talk to myself all the time. Kat says, I talk to myself all the time too. It's normal. It's normal for me. I think it's totally normal. I think everybody talks to themselves. I think anybody who doesn't talk to themselves at times is a weirdo. Right? I think anybody says they never say anything out loud, you know, when you drop a cup on the floor and it breaks, you're like, oh my God. If there's somebody who doesn't make any sound like that, that's weird, don't you think? I think that's a little strange. As I said, when I'm painting, you know, even if the camera wasn't on, you'd hear me. I wouldn't be talking like this, but I often laugh to myself, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that is weird. That's pretty funny. I think there's something maybe about making art that, because you're literally externalizing brush strokes from your body. They're coming off of your brush, which is like an extension of your hand, that it kind of, I think it almost provokes talking to yourself, maybe even more than usual, because it's like you're ejecting things from your brain onto a canvas, so it seems to almost, your body almost can't help but talk a little bit. I've met some people who talk all the time. I know a lot of people who own pets who are, you know, I've been over at their house and you're just like, every 5 minutes, like, what did you say? Oh no, I'm talking to the dog, never mind me. And you're like, oh really? Oh no, talking to the cat this time. Oh, okay. I've heard people who talk to their plants. I mean, I even watched a movie once, or I think it was a documentary talking about, I think it's called like the lives of, I think it's, maybe it's a Richard Attenborough thing, where he's, you know, because there's some scientific, I don't know if you'd say proof, but belief that plants benefit from being spoken to, and so that plants, when they're talked to, tend to grow healthier and bigger, which is kind of wild, but, you know, maybe not totally, you know, as strange as it might sound. I know there's lots more comments on there. I still haven't gotten to just feel some urgency to get back to work here. But, you know, working on a painting like this, I was thinking just the other day, it's like, you know, it does make me, you know, kind of, there's a bit of a, something about it that makes me think like, oh, it would be fun to do a big history painting. Like, you know, I actually did, years ago, submit a grant that was unsuccessful, but I still kind of want to do it, which is to do a whole bunch of history paintings, like documenting you know, just important moments in recent history. I'm not the only person who's had that idea. There's lots of artists who are doing that right now, but it's definitely not as common today than it once was, for sure. Like history painting once was like the biggest game in town of art. I mean, it was like the highest calling an artist could have would be to make a painting of a famous battle or coronation or revolution. Think of like liberty leading the people, or what some people might recognize more as the cover to a certain Coldplay record album. Now, I've added a few little strokes there to point at his elbow here. Even though that's not what she did, and it's not that I think she did a bad job, it's just that I feel like she was able to miraculously kind of get a really nice soft curve in here. I have not. Should let that dry before I keep tinkering with it. But actually looks pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Again, sometimes I just need to you know, move on for a moment here. Otherwise I just get, especially when you're using that glazing fluid, if you paint while it's still wet, it just peels the paint right off. Sankeet says, "Oh my god, I didn't realize this is the same painting from 3 live streams ago. This painting is taking so long, Michael." And there's probably going to be another 8 or 9 hour live stream after this one. Yeah. That's taking long, you're right. But, you know, now the way I'm painting this is totally different than the way she painted it. I kind of got into this weird thing here. Which, you know, sometimes I you know, that's the thing with painting folds and fabrics is, you know, unless you're, I mean, I just find, unless I'm painting the real, you know, like directly from life, or I suppose from a photograph of it, I find it really hard to kind of just mimic what somebody else has done. Maybe just my imagination or my impatience kind of takes over, and I just start kind of getting lost in these kind of abstract kind of shapes. And like, that is, I mean, that doesn't make any sense, this fabric. But it's kind of cool. It's like, I don't know, it kind of looked like, what does it look like? Kind of like brain shapes, you know, like all little folds in our brain. And yeah, I mean, I guess this painting is taking me a long time, but consider that I'm sure Plautilla Nelli spent, I'm sure she spent years working on this thing. I mean, technically it's around 1568, I think, is what some people have said is. But there's, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, maybe, I mean, she, as I said, she worked with, you know, a workshop, which, you know, might have had, and it was probably all women who were working on this painting. And so you're thinking maybe 4 to 10 women, probably all working on different sections of the painting, which would make it go faster. But, you know, research suggests that this painting was not made for, like, you know, for anyone else other than the women who were living in the convent. So that meant there was no rush. They were probably working on other things, and when they had time, they would come back and work on this. That also means that she probably also used it as a teaching tool for the other women that were there, to help them develop some of these painting skills. So that means it's likely that, you know, there could have been dozens of women that worked on this one painting, which I think is really kind of cool. Like, when you really think about it, like, this isn't just her painting, but, you know, lots of other women working on this painting at a time where women painters were relatively rare. Kind of overdid this. Okay, let's let it dry, Michael. I mean, I'm tempted to. And no, I think I went a little too far in the other direction, so. I was like, you know, I should probably blow dry this. And then I'm thinking, you know what, I can get away without it. And then the painting goes, really? You think so, do you? I don't think so. The painting punishes me. Barbara says, this is a mega painting feat. Michael's been at it since Easter. It should be done by Christmas. Well, I don't want to make any promises. Barbara says, lovely to chat, but sleep is beckoning. I'll say goodnight and catch up tomorrow. Good night, Barbara. Thanks for keeping us company. The birds have just started singing here, even though it's still dark. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Jesus here. Let's put a little bit more glaze on here. This paint's kind of fallen asleep. Speaking of sleep, let's get a bit of this darker color on the brush. Actually, you know what? I should blow dry this because my hand is about to go right on top of this. St. Keith says, Michael, there's something behind you. It's moving. Oh, it's hiding. Oh no, Michael, you should check. Ah! That sounds like a terrifying horror movie. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're here. Whoa. It wouldn't be that scary, though. That would be kind of cool, but... The call is coming from inside the house. Neighbors in the duplex upstairs. Sounds like their fire alarm's going off. We've all been there. For me, it tends to be when I'm making toast. Can't seem to make toast without setting off the fire alarm. Okay. Just looking at all of these, just thinking about how we're doing here. Okay, I think I've got to the point where I can move on to blues and greens now. Yeah, what did happen to... I think somebody was saying they contacted Lolly a little while ago and didn't... I can't remember if they got a response or not. I don't think so. Which is odd because she used to be very, very active in the chat for... sometimes she'd be the only one here with me, so... But there has also been lots of people that kind of come and go, and they get busy on schedules and travel, or they have family members that need their assistance, and so, you know, that's, I hope that's the issue. Okay, I might just quickly blow dry this before I move on. In fact, let's, I'm gonna just make it different. Kathy says I gotta say goodnight. Good night, Kathy. I guess I'll put this foreground too. Okay, been painting for almost 5 hours. I think I got about another hour and a half in me top. So there's definitely going to be at least another episode after this. Fortunately, maybe, unfortunately. I was really hoping to get it done. But it's just such a big, complex painting that even I'm kind of racing through, and I wouldn't even say this is my best work, but it's what it takes, right? So I'm going to focus now. I'm going to move on to the green fabric and a little bit of blue in a few places. And then if I'm up for it, I might do the tablecloth. That would be really nice to be able to get all the fabric done. I mean, even now that I think, like, I don't even know if I'm going to get all the fabric done, because I just, yeah. Okay, well, just less chatting about it and more doing, Michael. Where should we go? Let's look at this. Maybe let's go to good old Judas here and do these greens. So that green is a warm blue plus warm yellow. So we're going to take our warm yellow here. Let's just maybe move a bit to the side. And we're going to take some warm blue, mix this in here. The more warm blue we put in here, the darker it's going to get. I'm going to start with this, you know, it's the medium dark green. It obviously needs to get darker eventually, but let's just start with this. See, I put some glazing fluid in there to make it be a little bit more transparent, and also, again, give me that option to remove some if I want to. Keith's doing a cardio. Anything but studying. Okay, let's, got a lot of green to do, so... You know what, I could probably get even a little bit darker. I could go here, but you know what, let's just see if I can go a little bit further ahead, just... What have I got myself into right here? kind of had to make a change because of the structure of those folds as I made them. So. St. Keats says, Michael, where do you live, or where's your classes? I live in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Right on the west coast of North America. About 2.5 hours drive north of Seattle, which is a big American city. Vancouver is I think, the 3rd biggest Canadian city, so pretty big city too, but maybe Seattle might be more familiar for some people. One day I will come to Canada and meet you. That would be great. I'd love that. And so I teach classes at a local university here, the Emily Carr University, which is the only art school in Canada listed in the top 50 best art schools in the world. It's a pretty good school. Not to say that there's 4 other art schools in Canada, one in Calgary, where I was born, Calgary, Alberta, and there's another one in Toronto, and another one in Halifax, which is on the east coast of Canada, kind of near, I suppose you could say near Boston, I suppose. And so I teach there, and I also teach, I just noticed that. Yeah, I'll just keep it like that. I also teach classes at a local community center. So I teach university students, mostly in the day, well, all in the day. And then evenings and weekends I teach classes, beginner art classes just like this, at a local community center in Vancouver. Called the Mount Pleasant Community Center. And so many of the things you see me doing here, I teach in person in those classes. Sinky says, Michael, I think in the original one he's a little chubby, but in yours he's skinny. Who are we talking about? The figure I'm painting right now? Maybe I'm projecting a little bit. It's possible. There's still a long ways to go here. You know, like, I've done a lot of the heavy lifting already, like the background and many of the kind of foundational layers. But I haven't really touched the figures. I mean, I'm doing the fabric, but that, you know, once I start painting faces and beards and things like that, things could change again, so. And it's probably also very likely that I'll even get you know, I might have to come back and touch up some of the fabric a little bit. And, you know, what you think looks skinny right now could end up looking like somebody just ate a dozen pies. So, you know, when I'm working on this kind of stuff, I really, at this stage, I'm just still filling details in, like filling in information. I'm not even too concerned about like how closely it looks to the original, because first of all, I'm generally not concerned at all anyway, but especially at this stage because there's just so much to do. You know, those little details about like making somebody look thin or not, I still have a lot of control over that, and I could change that really at any stage later on here, so. Oh, there's Lolly. Great to be, everyone's been saying, where's Lolly? I've been busy with boring stuff. That's great. That's good. Every episode, people are like, where's Lolly? Has anybody heard from Lolly? I don't know, I haven't heard. I hope everything's all right, but I would say, you know, people come and go, and people get busy, and I generally think no news is good news. It's Kathy. I think Kathy's probably gone to bed for the night, but Kathy was asking about, you can see in the chat there, everyone's asking about Lolly. You're quite the popular individual there, Lolly. People missed you. It's good to be missed, isn't it? man, my mind is just full of children's songs. Like, you got kids just listening to kids' music all the time. And I think they're intended to be a kind of little earworms, because you kind of want your kid to sing them and repeat them, but holy smokes. What is that? I don't even remember what the words are. Da na 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 da na 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 ra ba ba da 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 da. Daughter's really into music lately, and she's got all these different toys that make noises and things. And her latest thing is getting all of those toys together all at once and turning them all on simultaneously, which is a lot of sounds. I mean, it is funny and adorable, but it's usually at that time I go, you know what? I think I'm gonna get dinner started early tonight. I'll let you stay here and play with your play with all of these talking toys. I'm gonna go in the kitchen. Which is usually when the chaos happens, when I leave the room. That's when you hear something crash. Or you hear crinkling of plastic or paper tearing. You're like, what is going on? And then you come out, and usually she's sitting with a bunch of stuff on the floor, tore apart a book, or... And you're like, oh goodness, what have you been up to? And gives me that look, kind of like, oh, was I not supposed to tear this book? Tear the pages out of this book? I don't remember you saying anything about that. Well, it's true. I did not say don't tear any of the pages out of your book. It wasn't really didn't really occur to me that was a possibility. But it doesn't really bother me. I don't think I've ever gotten angry at my daughter. Even when chaos happens, it's like, you know what? It's not like... Everyone's still alive. It's, it just reminds me of like when I was a kid. I got into a pretty bad car accident. I was driving the car. I was driving this Jeep that my parents had bought. and I think we'd had it for maybe 6 months or something. And I was driving on the way to school, to college, and I hit some ice and drove into the median and flipped over. I was totally fine, walked away, the ambulance came, and I was only a few blocks away from the hospital, ironically, but I was so scared of what my dad was gonna say. I'm like, oh gosh, I just wrecked the new car. Oh jeez. And to his credit, my dad just was like, well, that's why we got the Jeep, you know, so that we can replace the car. Can't replace you. So, kind of always took that in my mind as a good lesson in parenting. As long as everyone's still alive, we can work with it, right? That's not to say I didn't get into my fair share of trouble over the years, but you know, so this right now looks really brushy. You can see that kind of the paint, the kind of semi-transparent nature of that paint. But again, first of all, this is just the first pass. I've got this one layer of glaze here that I put on, and ideally we would put more layers on, but let's see, let's move that down. Also, you know, again, if you look at paintings like up close, there's plenty of famous paintings that are really no more finished than what I've just done here. Like, I was looking, I think it's in Chicago, the Chicago Art Institute. I was looking at, was it, I'm trying to think which painting, because I saw so many of them, but maybe it was a Bruegel painting. We haven't done Bruegel, even though he is one of the all-time greats. Certainly, well, Probably in the top 5 greatest Dutch artists of all time. I think he's Dutch. Bruegel's Dutch. Just all of a sudden, maybe is he Belgian? I think he's Dutch. Or well, what is we would now call Dutch. I think back in the day it was something completely different. He was. When would Bruegel have been alive? Late 1500s, early 1600s, off the top of my head. But anyway, we haven't done Bruegel because most of his paintings have dozens and dozens of figures in them, really complex compositions, beautiful pictures, but there's a lot going on. But what's interesting is, you know, I've seen many of those paintings in person, but over the years, you know, he wasn't necessarily the artist I've been most interested in, so I didn't spend too long looking at his work in the past. But this time I was looking at one of his paintings up close for a while, and just recognized, like, wow. These paintings, like, are often, you know, quite large. I should just bring them up here. Okay, come on. Yeah, Dutch Flemish Renaissance painter. Let's look at. I wonder if I find Chicago. It doesn't say. It doesn't say which one's in the collection. It's kind of like this one here, obviously. You can see, like, there's what appears to be a tremendous amount of detail, but when you actually get up close to them, they look a lot like what I've got here. And so it's kind of wild because when you see it reproduced, let's say on the screen right now, it's like, oh my goodness, that would take months to paint, and I'm sure it did. But you know, when you look at it close like this, you're seeing it's not, you know, it's kind of very brushy like this. It's not like a, you know, a photograph where everything's seamlessly painted. There is a lot of fairly rough edge. Like, let me see if I can even. Like, you can kind of start seeing here, like, in the, let's say the fabric here, like, look how relatively rough these folds are. Now, this is a guy who's considered to be, again, top 5 greatest Dutch artist of all time during the Renaissance, period we think of as like high photographic reproduction kind of quality, and yet when you look at them up close, it's sort of, I was saying hours ago, I've been working today, you know, that often when you have this tremendous amount of detail, it's so overwhelming to the viewer that they can't process all that information, and to them it just looks like everything is done, you know, with hyper sensitivity. And yet, like, I mean, just look at the leaves in this tree. They're just like blop 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 blop. It's just, I find that kind of reassuring that to do. Like, one of the realizations I had just this last time, you know, looking at really great art was, know, so much of this is really within reach of me or anybody else who just wants to practice all these techniques. You know, it's again, it's not, doesn't mean it's easy, but it's also not impossible or unattainable. That, you know, just with a little bit of patience, you know, determination, also, you know, obviously he created all these beautiful compositions, so it's, you know, requires some creativity and but just from a technical point of view, none of this is impossible. I know it sounds kind of crazy if you're just starting to paint. You're like, oh my goodness, making a painting like that is impossible. Well, maybe from your current standpoint right now, but I would say becoming like a really great painter is certainly way more within reach for the everyday person than becoming a star athlete, right? Especially if you're a little bit older. You know, if you're like, by the time you're 15, the likelihood that you'd be able to become a really good football player is zero, right? It's just that kind of opportunity has passed you by, or passed me by, kind of thing. But making a really cool painting in the style of one of these great masters, you could do that when you're 15, 50, 90. And so I think that is pretty cool. That's kind of reassuring, especially for those of us who are a little bit older and who might feel like we're on the back half of life. It's like, well, you know what? Majority of artists that we know really didn't create most of their best stuff until later on in life. You know, this idea of like really young artists taking off and becoming famous at a young age is even today still very rare. Like, there are some artists who become well known in their 20s, early 20s. But even today, the vast majority of great artists, great living artists, are in their at least 40s, 50s, 60s. Which is different than almost every other kind of, you know, if you're a musician, there's definitely a kind of a privilege towards younger, more youthful, so-called attractive people. But historically, the older you are in the art world, which is, you know, one of the reasons when Andy Warhol kind of first hit the scene, many of the, like, he kind of broke into the art world in his late 20s, which really upset a lot of the other artists, because they were just like, you've got to pay your dues. You can't just waltz in here and think you're just going to kind of go to the top of the pile. We've all been, you know, washing dishes in some dumpy restaurant throughout their 20s, 30s, and 40s and 50s. And now is when we're gonna kind of come to the center stage. So I just found that kind of inspiring, just seeing, because I haven't really had the chance since I started these live streams to go and look at like great art in a while. Like I've here in Vancouver, the main art museum, the Vancouver Art Gallery, has a great art collection, but it's never on display. It's got some incredible paint. It's got like great master paintings, great Dutch paintings. I don't think it has any Bruegels or Van Eycks, or there's no Leonardos and all that kind of stuff in the collection, but it does have some pretty good examples of work by their contemporaries. It's never on display, which is one of the reasons why the Vancouver Art Gallery wants to move to a new location, so that they can have those paintings on display more regularly, which would be nice. And I think that move is finally going to happen. Okay, I think I gotta get more blue in here. Wow, there is quite the chat going on here. Wow, Sanky Keith says, I want to become an engineer, aerospace engineer, and work in ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization. That would be so cool. Wow, you and I both have an interest in space. On the other hand, I want to become a musician, basically, and I'm studying so I can fulfill that dream. That makes sense, too. And Wally's right. My goodness, you must be one smart cookie. Very impressive. Keep working hard, studying hard, and you'll be doing space engineering in no time. You could always do both, just like, oh my goodness, I made a painting of him, too, for Paint the News. Canadian astronaut who played music in space. Oh, goodness. Oh, brain. Where are you? Oh, brain, have you forsaken me? Who's that astronaut? Chris. It's Chris something, I think. Chris. Not Christopher, I don't think. I mean, I could look it up right now, obviously, but Chris Hadfield. Somebody else put that in there? Chris Hadfield. Chris Hadfield, astronaut and musician. Also author himself. He's been publishing. He's published a few non-fiction books about space and space travel. He's also, I think, just recently published a novel. I haven't read it. I think it's been well received. So yeah, there's plenty of directions and interest in music and science, and those are very also quite complementary. Plenty of scientists also use music as a way of relaxing from study. I was listening to a podcast while I was away, actually, that was talking about that, like the different things that some really famous scientists did as a stress release. I'm trying to remember who. I think it was while I was driving. So sort of like semi-paying attention. Okay, all right. I'm like just looking at it. Oh, where were we here? Looking at all these feet, trying to figure out whose is whose. Okay. Whew. I don't know. I am starting to kind of run out of gas a little bit here. I think he says, I'll be the first man to play music on the guitar while on the moon. Just wait. I'd love to see that. Maybe you and I'll go up there, I'll make the painting, you play your music. It'll be a duo. Okay. Oh. I'm definitely, probably after I get this green and then the purple done, I think I'll probably be done for the day. There's still so much to do, and I'm just not going to be able to finish it all tonight. And so I need at least another episode, maybe another one after that. We'll see. Look at all these. As soon as you came into the chat, Lolly, whoa, my goodness, lots of stuff exploding on here. Wow, I'm just trying to. Jason says, hello, internet friends. Hi, Jason. Sankit says, no doubt, Michael, you and I are going to the moon together. Well, he says, we're planning a music show on the moon, Jason, if you're interested in coming along. The aliens would be cheering for us, says Sankit. I love that. Jason says, I have no friends. Well, you can count us as your friends, Jason. You're welcome to come hang out with us anytime. Hi, friends. I'm up for a moon party, says Jason. That's awesome. Sankit says, Jason, you should come with me to the moon. Who knows that you will find your future alien partner there. Yeah, well, he says, we're friends for sure, Jason. Absolutely. That's what's cool. We are a little community here, and you're welcome to join us and become our friends if you like. I think that's the power of art, is to helps bring people together. A way of sharing feelings, thoughts, fears, joy. That's one of the great things about art. It's also cross cultures and generations. People of different ages and genders and religions, countries. Even the remarkable thing, people can belong to countries that are at war with one another, and still their artists can get along. That's why I think art is so important. As I've said all the time, if more people were making art, I think we'd live in a much better world. And so, my mission is to try to make it easier for people to begin making art and to explore that creative side that we all have. Again, I think sometimes there's this belief out there that only certain people can make art, or are allowed to make art, or are capable of making art, which is just not true. Not true at all. And you know, like, art brings people to us. So, you know, when we feel alone, making art can help. You know, if you write or paint or sing about your feelings, even sing about your loneliness, make paintings about your loneliness. You'd be surprised how all of a sudden other people out there in the world go, hey, that's exactly how I feel. I feel that way too. You go, really? I thought I was the only one who felt this way. Like, no. And then before you know it, there's a stadium full of people singing your song about being lonely. And artists like us tend to be a little depressive anyway. So, I mean, I think everyone kind of gets a little down then and now, but artists tend to be a little bit more on the sensitive side of things and tend to really feel those emotions stronger. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've only got the one life that I have so far, so I can't really speak for anybody else, but I think everyone kind of gets down, but I think artists tend to be ones who really tend to kind of ruminate on that, those negative thoughts or the irony too is, like, I've also had many times in my life where I felt really alone, and the irony is that, you know, when I've dived into my art, you know, brings more people into my life, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting there thinking like, oh man, I just wish I was alone. Can't I get some peace and quiet? So, always seems things are better on the other side of the fence. Always seems. As soon as you get on, climb over that fence onto the other side, all you can want to do is get back onto the other side. That's the human brain for you, always sort of playing tricks on us, convincing us of things that may or may not be true at all. Talking about music, Sangeet is, instead of being, I'm noticing instead of liking modern music, as I get older, I don't like modern music. I love hearing old music, that they have some kind of soothing energy. Alex says, there is some awesome older music out there. I've started really enjoying some classical music, which I never would have liked before, but it's definitely relaxing. Jason says, I'm convinced I have a picture of a UFO. Other people, not so much. I'm in Utah, as in the US of A. Are you excited about the hockey team moving to Salt Lake City? the as yet unnamed new hockey team. I'm a big hockey fan, and so it's been interesting watching the news over the past month or so, where the Arizona Coyotes team has officially moved to Salt Lake City. And there's all this talk about what they're going to call the team. Probably the most popular one is the Utah Yeti, like the abominable snowman, or kind of like Bigfoot, which I think would be awesome. I'd love it if they named it the Yeti. There's other names. They're talking about the Utah Ice, the Utah Venom. Ice and Venom, they sound like roller hockey teams or some college or frat house or something. So I'm kind of excited about that. I've been to Salt Lake City once. I took a bus from Los Angeles all the way to, was it to Calgary maybe? Where I'm originally from? Oh my goodness, it was like a 5-day bus ride or some craziness. Oh my goodness. That's the kind of thing you can only do when you're 19 or 20 years old. A bus ride like that, like if I tried to do that today, I'd probably never be able to walk again. My back would probably, because trying to sleep on a Greyhound is difficult to say the least. But yeah, Jason, you're the first person I think I've talked to from Utah since the news of the hockey team moving there. Oh yeah, so I was saying I took a bus from Los Angeles to Calgary, like the longest bus ride of my life, and it stopped in Salt Lake City. I'm trying to think. I think. How long did? Because I remember getting off the bus. I went into the big cathedral there in the middle of the city. The big Mormon temple there, and explored that. I think because I think that's near the bus terminal, maybe. Again, this is probably 20 years ago. So I can't imagine. Buses, sometimes they stop, but I can't imagine they stopped long enough for me to go explore the Mormon temple. So maybe I got off and just walked around the city for the day and then got on a later bus that evening. Beautiful. Like the landscape and that area is just so beautiful. I mean, it's like you got deserts and you got mountains, and it's such a variety of animals, and it's like it's weird that like the Utah, I think like it's like I think the state insect is bees. Are bees an insect or some? I know there's apparently like that's one of the things. Bees are big in Utah. spiders and snakes. But then also, you know, there was the Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City, right? So it's like you have all of these kind of desert landscapes, desert animals. And then you've got all these winter creatures. There's not many, I mean, not many places where that have that level of diversity of landscapes and plant life, animal life. Closest thing I can think of, I mean, there's a little bit of that. I lived for almost 12 years in Los Angeles, and you know, Los Angeles has got some nice warm weather, but you can also drive a few hours into the mountains and go skiing, and which is pretty remarkable. But it reminds me more of Morocco. How many years ago? I went to Morocco with my grandmother and my aunt. And that was awesome. And we drove from Marrakesh to Casablanca, like up through these mountains. And you go up through the mountains in North Africa, and it's crazy. It's like being back here in Canada. Like you wouldn't. It's just like, wow, I'm in Africa, and there's ski hills and like Swiss chalets. Not the restaurant, but which is a little bit of an inside joke for those Canadians who might be watching. The Swiss Chalet restaurant's my parents' favorite restaurant. But like, you know, like those pointy houses and what a beautiful planet we live on. Such diverse landscapes and people. Skinwalker. What are we talking about? What's a skinwalker? That sounds terrifying. Is that some sort of monster? A skinwalker? Jason's the fans of the hockey team are going to vote for a team name in a bracket-style system until there's only one left. I heard about that. That is kind of I love that. The new owner of that hockey team, what's his name? Something Paul Smith or Chris Smith or something. Seems like a pretty cool fella. Like he owns I think he owns the basketball team there too. I think that's going to be a really cool place to see a hockey game. It was neat. I saw them doing like they welcomed all of the players from Arizona to the arena, and the arena was jam-packed full of people screaming and cheering. That just made me so excited. You know, just to had, you know, all these kids waiting for the players at the airport, and you could see how excited the players were, because they've been like dealing with all this uncertainty for years of where's the team going to be? Is it going to be there next year? And you know, these are all, some of them, not all of them, but many of them are, you know, a little bit older, and they got families and kids in school, and so you can imagine how stressful it is when you're hearing that the company you work for might move, and if they move, you're going to have to move, and you know, you've just bought a house, and now they're talking about you're going to have to pick up and leave. Ugh. It's stressful. Okay, my goodness, this painting is going to take me forever. Barbara was joking that I'll be done by Christmas, and I was like, yeah, well, we'll see about that one. And now as I work on it, I'm like, I don't know. How many more months do we have until Christmas? I might very well be working on this thing until Christmas. And I was planning on doing a totally different episode for the past, I had 6 different episodes queued up for April. I've been painting this whole thing all April. Not that I don't mind. I think it's kind of cool to spend this much time with this great artist, but I also I am interested in exploring some other things. But this will definitely be definitely the longest episode that I have done for sure in a long time. Jason says yes, they were very well received. The hockey team in Salt Lake City there. Sangeet says, the time has come where even the skinwalker has to study for his job. Well, have a great night, or, well, a great morning. I guess over in India, the sun is bright and sunny. Here, the sun has set a few hours ago, so... let's see... I'm going to do these purples now. I'm just thinking to myself, I want to use up as much paint as I can tonight. Let's use our warm blue. It's a bit of a mush. There's some green and yellow in here. Ah, it's not even on camera. But that's all right, because I'm just going for a really dark purple anyway. If I was wanted to have a really bright saturated purple, then I would want a cleaner color. I think he says, I'll inform you whenever I'm going to the moon. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. We're any moment you're gonna take off. We're here waiting. I hope you pack a lunch or something for your journey. Could be a long trip. Even though, how long does it take to get? It's only like I think about a day's ride to get up to the moon, depending on your trajectory. Okay, now this guy's outfit. I love how it's kind of bursting at the seams here. That's pretty funny. Like, what is she doing? I love that. I mean, he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's really putting some pressure on those buttons, isn't he? They're just barely hanging on. He's gonna. So again, like this would be one of these things where, you know, a very astute observer can look at this and go like, ah, well, that's such and such an apostle, because that's the guy. He was always known as a bit of a, I don't know what you'd say, gourmand, or somebody who liked to eat. He's definitely. This is the guy who ate all the appetizers at the Last Supper. People kept on like, the waiter keeps putting all the food on his side of the table, and by the time, you know, it makes its way over to us, it's all gone. So can somebody go talk to the waiter and just ask him next time put the plate on our side of the table? Maybe that's what they're all arguing about here, about how they're gonna split the check. And this guy is like, he doesn't even want a tip. He's like, wow, I had a little bit of everything, but I didn't have anything to drink, so. You know, and these guys are like, Jesus, you can't let him not pay. This guy ate most of the dinner. And Jesus is like, guys, it's my Last Supper. You guys sort it out on your own. Like, I'm done with all of these worldly problems here about the tip, and seriously, we've got bigger things to worry about. These guys are like, yeah, we get it, Jesus, but some of us are on fixed incomes here, and, you know, like, I didn't even get any of the nachos. I got one curly fry. That was all that was left. There should probably be some, like, crumbs in his beard or something, too. I'm super intrigued to know who this apostle is. Who's the apostle who's bursting from his clothes? Well, you know, I think this is what's so funny and so cool, I think, about art, is that, you know, here's Plautilla Nelli 500 years ago making this painting that we can look at today and it makes us laugh. Right? I just think that's so cool. It, to me, just emphasizes how alive a painting can be when so much time and space. You know, she made this painting when you know, basically there was just a couple of small European outposts here in North America. Obviously, there's been indigenous people living here for tens of thousands of years. But, I mean, like, what was... Like, there's like Quebec City is is not even a city. There's, and yet we can look at this painting and get a good laugh. It blows my mind. Obviously, I'll paint the white in there soon. I'm just gonna get most of this kind of started. I also just wonder about the conversation that would have ensued from this painting. You know, we talked about over the last few episodes about how the convent where she was living was overseen by Savonarola, who was the most kind of conservative of all the, basically religious figure, one of the most conservative religious figures of all time, and kind of a bit of a scary dude. You know, it just, I think to myself, I wonder when he saw this, if he's like, Sister Plautilla, what is this? What if you? Who is this here with the clothes bursting open? This chunky guy here. What's the deal? She's like, oh, I'm just doing God's bidding here, just painting the apostles as following the scriptures. Your father, just following the scriptures, Father. Yes, but did you have to make him look like that? His clothes bursting open? He looks like he's indulging in one of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony. We can't have an apostle depicted as a glutton with his clothes bursting at the seams. And like, because, you know, that could be, again, Savonarola was like hardcore Christian fundamentalist, like Plautilla Nelli's mentor, Fra Bartolomeo, basically stopped making art for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years after he, you know, Savonarola criticized him. Botticelli, the great painter, one of the greatest painters of all time. We've done we've done a Botticelli painting. Burned most of his art after getting a talking to by Savonarola. I mean, this guy, he was a scary dude. You didn't want to cross him. So I just think it's, I'd have to look at more Last Supper paintings to see if Leonardo da Vinci depicted that apostle in the same way. I don't know which apostle that is. I'm afraid I'm not that well versed in the Bible, but so. I love that. The like artists have a long history of artists being super mischievous like that. Kind of putting in little inside jokes in art. And, I don't know. You let me know, anyone who knows a bit more about the Bible than I do, if it's just a kind of a innocent little fun thing that or if this is, you know. Lolly says, anyway, gotta say goodbye for now to you beautiful people and to aliens, skinwalkers, moon musicians, and everyone else. Bye, Michael. Thank you, Jason. You guys, see you guys soon. Jason said, I just laughed out loud in a silent office. People are looking. I think it was the curly fry. Yeah. See, this guy, he's like looking right over. He's like, dude, save some for the rest of us. And that guy over there is like, well, okay, yep, I'm almost done. Oh man, there's still so much to do. I thought I'd be further along today, but alas. How long have I been painting for? I started at 4, it's 10:30, 6.5 hours ago. I think I got half hour left in me. But, you know, I was just thinking kind of funnily, but, you know, maybe it's not so funny. Maybe there's possibility here, like, of kind of almost like creating a calculator for myself so that I could evaluate paintings to try to determine how long they might take. Or to take me, anyways. I don't know about anybody else, but so you could almost like punch in certain things that tend to kind of repeat. You know, it's like, okay, if there's, you know, each person in a painting usually takes me about where am I going here? Each painting takes me about, or sorry, each figure can take what, 3 or 4 hours. It'll be easier when this painting is done to kind of break it down in its totality, but so I think I will do that when this one's done, is just to sort of do a little math and figure out that'll be useful for me anyway. Okay, gonna let that dry before I keep fiddling with it, so. Just gonna keep that nearby for observation. I don't know, was any of that on camera I just did there? Jason says, art-related question. How do you decide when to call a drawing or painting or whatever done? I feel like I could tinker on a piece forever and it's never really done. That's the question. That's the million-dollar question that artists over centuries have been asking. And I wish I could tell you an answer. Because, yeah, you're right. Absolutely. You could tinker on something forever. And so artists have always been asking themselves, like, how do I... Anybody know when this thing's done? Like, how do... when... So... yeah, there's no real simple answer to that question. It's really highly individual. And it's one of those things you kind of just you kind of feel it. The more experience you get, the more you just... And, you know, part of it is sometimes just literally running out of time, where you're just like, okay, I gotta pack it in, I gotta, you know, I've got a deadline or something, and this thing's supposed to be done, so, okay, it's not really done to my satisfaction, but I've got to hand it in for an assignment or for a client or something. There's lots of famous examples of artists who never finished or never saw their own work as being finished. You know, like Leonardo da Vinci worked on the Mona Lisa for 15 years, 14 years. I mean, some people say 4 years, but either way, he worked on it for a long time. It's one of the reasons why it's in France and not Italy, where he spent most of his life, because towards the end of his life he was kind of given an opportunity to go to France and be the King of France's sort of like court painter, you know, kind of an old man who could kind of hang around the king's palace, and they could have dinner together and talk about things. And so Da Vinci went there and brought the Mona Lisa, because he was like, this thing's still not done to my satisfaction. And you know, a great movie about that I've made my students in the past watch at the university I teach at is called The People vs. George Lucas. George Lucas is the director of Star Wars. And, you know, it's not the best movie. I think the most interesting stuff happens kind of towards the end of the movie, where it's a documentary, and really they're talking about how George Lucas kept reissuing the Star Wars movies and kept re-editing them and editing them and adding new special effects and taking scenes out and adding new scenes, to the point where people literally sued him to make him stop, because they were just like, you're ruining our movie. It's not your movie anymore. It's been out in the world for, 20, 30 years. leave it alone, George. Like, people loved it the way it was when it came out, and now you're changing things. Like, famously in the cantina where Han Solo and that I don't know, it's a droid, or what does he kill? But the whole thing was like, who shot the gun first, and I think in the original, Han Solo shot the gun second. So the whole idea was it was sort of like, in retaliation. But George kind of re-edited the movie to make it that Han Solo shot first, which makes him kind of a different character who's like, maybe a little bit crueler, that he's gonna kill someone before the gun goes off, right? He's not gonna take any chances, versus previously he's like, you know what, I'm gonna do the right thing, and I'm not gonna shoot anybody until I'm shot at. Like little things like that. But I think it's a really interesting movie because it was all about like who owns an artwork and how do we know artwork is done. And some of the people in there were also talking about how George Lucas had like a binder full of all these movie ideas and scripts that he wanted to make, and yet he's really only made like 3 or 4 films in his whole life. And instead of making all these other movies he wanted to make after Star Wars, he's just focused on making Star Wars over and over again. I mean, now that he sold it to Disney, he can't do it anymore. But you think like, man, George, like what are you gonna do? Like, now you've got billions of dollars. You can do anything you want. Let's see all these great ideas you've got. Like what? So that's an example of someone who really had a hard time finishing something because he didn't really consider it to be done. And in a way, it's like really tragic because, and that's what some of those people in the documentary talk about. It's just like, it's so sad that he just wasn't able to. I mean, maybe he's got something cooking right now that we don't know about. That would be great. Jason says, I'll check it out. I love a good documentary. I'm open to any and all recommendations. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's not the best movie of all time. You can watch, I think it's on YouTube, because I'm pretty sure that's how I make my students watch it, is like a YouTube link. Yeah, George Lucas, The People vs. George Lucas, I think is what it's called. But there is definitely parts of it that the reason I made my students watch it is because, for that very reason, so we could have a discussion about when things are finished, how do you know when things are finished or not? Touching up this thing's been driving me crazy. Now, do I have it in me to do a little bit of fabric? Part of me because I'm sorry, I was thinking about doing the tablecloth is what I was just contemplating. That would be really, really nice to do that. I guess my thinking at the moment is ideally I would have all of the fabric done on the figures. So that I could paint all of that in without those colors overlapping the white. Let me think about it while I get this guy's shirt bursting open here. You also see kind of how this tablecloth, you know, is kind of very wavy. There's lots of beautiful folds in there. And as I've been painting on mine, those folds have sort of been flattened out. So when I eventually do this, I'm going to kind of bring more points back into here. But I am probably going to want to darken that with a black. The question is, do I really feel up for doing that right now? Man, oh. You know what? I think I feel like this is a good place to stop. I'm kind of running. Oh gosh, I forgot to get this guy's. What does that guy look like? Just when you think you're done, they pull you back in. Oh, how did I miss that fellow? What's he doing? How did you escape my vision for so long? Who's the... Okay, blue. Okay, I'm gonna do one more little fella here, and then I think I'm gonna... Because I need to do more work on all this fabric. I want to be able to... Because I need to... Basically, all I've done is just one pass on all of this drapery. And in an ideal world... Oh, no. Darn it. In an ideal world, I would do many passes on this. I would go back and forth. Like, you know, on, let's say, Judas here. Like, this is just my first pass on that fabric. I do... at least 2, 3 more, getting into some darker areas and then some highlights on there. So, man, I will say though that what I've done here is probably at least when it comes to the drapery, the hardest part, was it's just articulating those folds. The next step is just sort of probably maybe the funner part, where I can kind of really darken and highlight and kind of give a little bit more dimension to them. Because like this is more of the left brain thinking part that I've been up to. You know, it's kind of just taking the original image, trying to kind of suss out what I've done here with the drawing, bring that to life. Okay, so I'm going to take my cool blue. My black. Is this the only place that has this color? I can't imagine that she'd only have one figure, whereas all these other figures have so many. Okay. So, you know, when I look at that, this reminds, so okay, let's look at this closer. That, and then this other clothing here. I mean, it's possible that those looked exactly like that when she finished them. But I have this like weird, well, I was going to say, I feel like maybe that's how maybe there was another color there that's really significantly faded, and all we're seeing is the kind of the pigments that they basically turned into. But then I look at that and I think, you know what, Michelangelo, there's colors like that on the Sistine Chapel, which also could have, you know, obviously that painting, there's, you know, has undergone, you know, some transformation and has had to be restored several times. It's just very odd, right? Like, because you can see there's like pink. It's like so the question, you know, what I did here is I painted this pink as a local color, or the color underneath the blue, which is, I think, probably what she did. The thing is, you know, but what's weird is, so okay, the local color is what we call the color unmodified by highlights or shadows, right? So, you know, you look at this and you think like, well, what is the true color of this fabric? Is it a blue or is it a pink? It's not, because like the blue, we have blue in the shadows, the dark folds are blue, like a cool blue, but the highlights are pink. So if this was the way that she painted and intended it, then that would make me think that what she's trying to describe is like a really very shiny, reflective fabric, like a expensive silk or something like this, with a kind of iridescent, you know, like And I don't have any iridescent. Well, I probably do. I'm sure actually I have a tube of iridescent color, but iridescent is one of those. It's like, if I have it, let's say I painted an iridescent color here. From this point of view, it might look pink, and then I would say move the canvas, and oh, it looks green, and oh, it looks purple, and so it's, yeah, is it possible that that's what she's trying to describe? It's possible. And if so, that would probably be a hint as to who this figure is. Well, that this is maybe an apostle who was quite wealthy and gave up all of his wealth to follow Jesus. Because there was a few of them like that. But then why would he be having... Well, I mean, I was going to say, well, why would he have... If he gave up all of his wealth, why has he still got this expensive fabric wearing? Well, maybe that's her way of trying to communicate who he was, that, to differentiate him from all the other apostles. I don't know, it's there's something about this here that and I'm sure the curators or the conservators who worked on this, I'm sure this is a debate that they probably literally had, trying to kind of... And so what we're looking at there on the left is the final piece after they had done extensive work on it. So but it doesn't... I still think it's very odd. I'm going to take the conservators' word for it, that this is the way it's supposed to look, because they worked on this thing for years. 4 years that they worked on this painting, so that's plenty of time for them to wrestle with this, and clearly they've come to what they believe to be the right solution, so I'll take them at their word that they made the right choice. That's not to say that sometimes conservators get it wrong. I mean, when they were doing the Sistine Chapel, I remember there was like a petition going around begging the conservators to stop. There was some belief that the conservators were ruining Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel. That the way that they were going about it was dangerous and was going to do irrevocable harm to the original painting. I haven't really looked into it, so I can't really say. When I was in Italy and saw the Sistine Chapel, it was in the midst of conservation, so there was a big scaffold right in the middle of the room, which was kind of a bummer because you couldn't really, stand back and see the whole painting in its entirety. You kind of had to walk around and try to piece it together in your mind from different angles. But, I think there was no question that something had to be done. When you got a painting on the wall that's, hundreds of years old, it's going to, the colors, the pigments are going to deteriorate. Artists like Plautilla and Nelli, oh goodness, of course. Is it going to turn on and off 10 times? We'll see. Artists like Plautilla and Nelli were using pigments that many of which were natural, like flowers and bugs, and they would grind their own pigments, and sometimes those pigments lasted for centuries and continue to last, and sometimes, by the time they were finishing the painting, the colors were changing. Which, can you imagine how frustrating that would be? Oh, you're just about to put just imagine I'm working on this painting right now, and I'm putting the finishing brushstroke on it, and I'm like, oh yeah, look at this, beautiful. And then just before I sign off, I'm like, whoa, what happened to the blues? They're all gone. They're all brown. Oh goodness, I gotta paint it all over again? What? Where that's often, a collector of art would have to get an artist to come back and touch up a painting that they'd finished, sometimes 20 years before, but sometimes just a few months after having walked away. And just when you thought you're all done, you gotta come back and work on it. Oh, that'll be so demoralizing. I don't know, that's turned out kind of cool. I mean, I still need to do another layer on here. I'm probably going to darken a lot of this down here. I'm just painting it like this so that when I do darken it, there'll be something there. So I'm just going to be a black blob. There'll be there, or dark blue blob. There's going to be detail kind of hiding away in the shadows. And for a viewer, that's usually very satisfying to... because it looks like I didn't take the easy route out. I didn't just go, okay, this is going to be dark, let's just slap a big thing of dark paint there and move on. It rewards someone for looking carefully into those darker areas of the painting. In the same way that, if you're a filmmaker, you might put in things people call like Easter eggs into a movie. Little things in the background, or little details in clothing, or signs, license plate numbers, or something that are, specific to a character. Or, they were the director's, mom's name or something, I don't know, whatever. But those are the things that, like, someone's a big fan of a project, they really like that because it makes it feel like, the filmmakers took that extra little bit of time to build those little details in. So it rewards someone who's gonna do a little bit of a deeper dive. Now my pink is still a brighter than the original for sure. I could easily just do a little glaze with a little bit more blue over there, and that'll just knock it right back. Okay, that's nice. I also really like how how dark that's getting, because that's really that might be the first place in this painting where I have like a pretty dark. That's probably the darkest part of any of the fabric I have here so far. Let's just pull these together. So for me, that's satisfying, because you start to what that does is starts to create some volume. When I start getting some of the darker areas in all of these coming together, it's gonna really pop. Sankeet says, "I'm making a sandwich. Do you want one?" Yeah, sounds great. Do you deliver? You're a little far away for me to come over and pick it up. So if you wouldn't mind just bringing it over, that would be great. And Abdullah says, "Hello, sir. Good morning. How's your day going?" Pretty good. I think I'm just about to wrap up, so I love that you were able to tune in just before we're done for the day. Man, still much to do, and this, I think on camera it's especially when we zoom out, that looks much better. Up close, I'm like, oh, I would, if I, that's the thing, when you're working on such a big canvas, there's just, you really have to spread yourself pretty thin, because, it might be really satisfying just to bang this center piece out, and then to do this one and that one. But the worry with that is that you end up with three very different paintings where the skin color and fabrics all look kind of very different and disjointed. And I would, when you're spending this amount of time on a painting, that would be kind of a bummer to have. If you look at them all at the end, you're like, they're clearly all done at different times, and they kind of don't all match seamlessly together. So this way of working is, it's ultimately going to take the same amount of time, but it's the gratification is definitely delayed, because if I, by this time I would certainly been able to have finished at least one, if not two, of these panels, and instead I've got at least another 10 hours ahead of me as I'm looking at it. So, and maybe even more, depending on how good of a job I want to do. Like, I think there's definitely minimum 10 hours, so I'm thinking there's at least one more episode to do, if not a third one. Yikes. If I knew this painting was going to take me this long, I probably wouldn't have done it. But I'm in it, and I would be... There's no question that I'm going to finish it. It's just... Okay. He says, okay, then I'm making my passport to Canada. Okay, well, I'll stay up for another hour or two until you're able to get my sandwich here. Okay. So, just before we say goodnight, please remember to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. I think I'll be doing another one on Thursday. Again, I was planning on featuring a different artist, but I really want to get this done and off my plate because I'm always hesitant to start something new when I've got something here that's incomplete. So that's my goal, is to try to maybe even tomorrow. I haven't even looked at my schedule, so we'll see. Obviously, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can send $1 or $5 through the PayPal. You could use e-transfer or send a check in the mail. Contact me through my email, which is on my website and on the Facebook group. And if you haven't joined the Facebook group, you certainly ought to do that, because that's one of the places where people upload their work to the Facebook group so we can share and celebrate your work. And so, and also I generally post a little bit of information with each artwork there. So until we see one another again, my friends, and you are all my friends, and I, your friend as well, we shall see you again very soon. Have a great night, or great morning, afternoon, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Take care. You're doing the world a favor, making and enjoying art. We'll see you again very soon. Good night, everybody. Good night. Good night, everybody. Good night.